everybody, good evening. Welcome to Read Poetry. This is our ninth episode. Welcome to your Saturday night habit here on our channel. We are streaming live from the Philippines to all of you all over the world. Cannot believe this is our ninth episode. Can you believe? I cannot believe. Tonight is Pause Not Stop, since May is Mental Health Awareness Month. And we want to emphasize, especially with everything going on in the world, it's very important to talk about our mental health, and it's very important to remember the matter of rest, slowing down, taking it easy, you know? So that's where we're at tonight. As usual, we want to thank our incredible sponsors. Um, Tambayan Gastro Bar in Malate, Z Hostel Philippines in Makati, Dream Wide Awake Coffee, the wonderful folks at Expat Choice Asia, and Pukaberry Cafe with their new initiative to team frontliners that I will tell you more about a little later. So let's talk about our first artist. I'm really excited about this one. Um, an orator, declaimer, and an extemporaneous speaker, is also once a debater. She is also an indie film actress, and she dabbles in theater. She is a member of Drip Art Movement and is continuously fulfilling her dream of being a performance poet. She swears she can spend her lifetime performing her art. She shares a great affinity to the universe's wonders, reincarnations, and powers. Live, coming to us live from Batangas in the Philippines, is Miss Ever Gladness.
Hi. Hi, guys. You know what, Indigo? People are actually had this conception that I'm from Batangas since Drip Art Movement is basically based in Batangas. But the truth of the matter is I'm the only member of the group residing here in the metro.
Oh, well,
Yeah,
all right. This only member of Drip in the Metro. Sure.
exactly. So, um, first of all, I want to say thank you for inviting me here. It's really such an honor, and it's actually the first time after a long time because of this global pandemic that I am gonna be reading my poem. So when I heard of the topic, pause and stop, I thought I would like to open this night with a poem that I wrote about the person, my go-to person per se, whenever I'm breaking, whenever I have problems. So the first poem that I'll be doing is something that I wrote for her. And there's no other person that I always go to whenever I'm breaking, and that's my mom. So this is a poem I wrote when I was breaking and the things that my mom told me at that point in time. And this first poem that I'll be sharing is entitled Things My Mother Told Me When I Was Breaking. I hope you'll like this. Okay. Things my mother told me when I was breaking. One, sometimes you will love people in a language they do not seem to understand. But baby, know that you are enough. You are more than enough. You are so much afraid of people not loving you back, but that's okay because love is still love even if it is not returned. Two, there will be days when things are overwhelming, but there will be a lot more days when the sun will refuse to shine. No, the cloudy days may not be golden, but they bring rain, and that's beautiful. My mother always tells me to look at rain like confetti from the sky, and that their sound does not need any type of translation. And when the rain is over, together, we will find the rainbow. Three, you will long for people even if they're just sitting right next to you. It's okay to say that you miss them. My mom fully understands that missing someone oftentimes comes like tidal waves, and that tonight I am drowning. My hands are shaking, but my mother, she holds my hands and tells me everything will be all right. She tells me about the boy she met in her science class when she was 19, how he made her feel. how the constellations fell for her only to leave her drowning, the same way I feel like drowning tonight. She tells me about how she thought things will not get any better. She tells me of how she thought the memories would haunt her forever whenever something reminds her of him. But things did change. She did forget and moved on. She tells me how she met my dad. She tells me how our family happened. She tells me how I happened. And in moments like this, she will love me past the moon and way even beyond the stars. She will remind me that I will always be her baby. Fourth, people leave, and that is never poetic. Five, be careful of what you say. Be sure to taste your words before you let them out. You see, girls remember everything. Almost. She will tell us on Saturday afternoons over lunch that kind words from kind people are her kind of people. Six, on some days, she will laugh at me and she will tell me that I am not a glorious mess. She'll say with all faith she can muster, not everyone will be able to love you back, but that's okay. Know that something is wrong. If you fail to love yourself, a baby, know that something is wrong. If you fail to love yourself, know that something is wrong. If you fall flat loving yourself, seven, no matter how hard you try, you can't make people stay. So love them while they're still here. Because life is so fast and unforgiving. The next time you look up, they may not be around. Seven things my mother told me when I was breaking. And I always look forward to all other things she will tell me. I could probably write a book. I know for sure your mother's taught you of things it took time for you to notice. Trust me. And so I am proud to say to all of you, well, mostly responsible for my favorite people, that I am I am my mother's daughter. So that's it for my first poem. Thank you. Hi. So the second poem that I'll be doing, this is actually really very important to me. It's like one of those poems that resonates a lot about me. Um, this is also one of the poems that I first wrote when it comes to mental health. Because the poems that I'm doing before, they're mostly about certain causes. Like when I joined Scarlet Letters, it's about HIV. And then I decided to write about mental health because that's also one of the topics I want to explore whenever I listen to slams and poetries. It really is speaking a lot when it comes to, inspiring people, letting them know what they feel, how you would like to share your story, and those things. So this one is actually inspired by the one of the thousand leads that I have joined, and this one is entitled Scarlet. Scarlet because I think it resonates a lot when it comes to symbolizing a battle, revolution, or could be a battle within yourself, to society, to other people, those things. That's why I just chose Scarlet for this piece as its title. So here we go. People always root for evidence. It's like it's so hard for them to believe that you are in pain unless they see you scream or bleed at the top of your lungs because you can't bear the intensity of ache. My demons are not meant to be worn like scarlet letters in my chest, but see, my toughest demons are the ones you can't even see. I have anxiety. It feels like my brain cells are so active and there's a constant heaviness in my mind, like something is quite not right and I can't figure out exactly what that something is. My thoughts are constantly overflowing, and there are millions of them running in different directions, bumping into each other along the way. Me, there is no problem, me. There is no problem, me. There is no problem, me. I worry about it anyway. Like my mind is on fire and I feel like burning, but I'm drowning all at the same time. Sometimes I feel detached, like I am no longer mentally present, like I am a blank paper. Sometimes I hear the voices in my head saying everything is not okay, when in fact, everything is okay. These voices are telling me nothing but all faces of insecurities, that I am different from everybody else, and it feels like it's not gonna stop. It feels like it's gonna be there forever. It's like a jump scare that lasts for eternity and it won't go away. My anxiety keeps me wide awake at night, keeps me tossing and turning like a defective light bulb I can't turn off. My body has become exhausted of what transpired throughout the day, and here I am, still analyzing and agonizing about every detail of the moments captured in my eye span. I feel the blurriness of my veins, like a flip switch in my brain, like chemicals are processed differently in my body. I can feel the sweating of my palms, and I didn't even realize I am biting my nails. I hear the palpitations of my heart, and once again, I am feeling all of them at once. My demons attack without warning. My demons are good in hiding behind my every smile, behind my every I can bear it. I know these feelings can be dangerous if I let them go too far. So please don't leave me just yet. Let your hands be my savior. Make me feel I am not alone in this battle. Throw me a hug. Human contact is something we all need anyway. It's no one's job to remind me how beautiful this gift called life is, but hey, hearing that I am loved regardless of the struggle, it means absolutely everything. Because sometimes we just need to be pulled out of our thoughts and to be told how much we are loved. That's it. Thank you. That's all the piece that I want to share for today. And thank you so much.
And then that also, ever make my heart. Man, I miss watching you. Man,
I miss reading my poems as well. It's
yeah. That one line, sometimes we just need to
finally there.
sometimes I just need to be told that right? That's exactly it. Sometimes it's all we need. Ah, and that poem about your mom. This whole set whole classic ever, and I'm so happy.
I'm so happy as well.
Yeah.
Thank you,
So how have you
Indigo.
been? You're currently also in lockdown, right? You're part of the Philippines.
Yes, of
You're part
course.
of the metro. So how have you
Mhm.
been adjusting? How has your mental health held up?
Well, I think I'm okay. I know I'm okay because even if, as I've mentioned earlier, I'm working from another home, so I'm away from my family. But because of technology, it's very easy for us to communicate. I can call them anytime. I think this is the new norm now because of the global pandemic. So you just have to really adjust with it. But in terms of mental health, because I have Carrie with me and her family is so accommodating. I feel like I'm I'm comfortable here and I'm in the warmth of another home. So I'm doing just fine. Thank you for asking.
You're able to cope. I'm so happy for you. Say hello to Gary for me. So other than work, because I know that you're transitioning, right, to a work from home situation. You were telling me.
Hmm. Hmm.
Have you been able to work on your art? Have you been finding solace in your art through all of this? Have you
Yes.
started writing anything new?
Well, actually, Indigo, to be honest, I haven't tried anything since the lockdown. But what I'm doing, whenever I feel like, hey, I want to listen to a poem and then I want to perform, I actually am doing, and I'm very used to in doing this. I listen to a specific artist and then I listen to them repeatedly. And then what I'll do is I'll wrote a transcription of the poem and then I will do a cover. The last poem that I did is actually the one from Nora Cooper, which is entitled Bibliophile. So I am very hooked to that poem to the extent that I already have memorized it because I repeatedly listened to her. Bibliophile is really an amazing poem. It talks about it's like a metaphor on making love and doing or performing the art that we do. So it's really interesting.
Awesome. I will have to look that up myself. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. I'll send you the link.
Yes, please, ma'am. But how about for Drip? How are you guys as a collective coping through all of this? Have you been able to, maybe catch up via Messenger? Are you creating art together? How's that working out for you guys?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
How about you and the Drip? Because I know Sam was supposed to be here tonight, but he'll be here on a different night instead. How are you?
Oh,
How is your collective coping with, because we do gigs, we perform live, and so
mm-hmm.
how you guys been able to adjust to suddenly there's no going out, suddenly it's not about social distancing.
Mm-hmm. Well, since we have a specific chat room for Drift Art Movement, we are updating each other when it comes to events through the social media platform, because we know even if we are not allowed to perform now because of this current situation, we are still performing online just like what you're doing here in the Global Poetry. So we are getting updates from them, especially our leader Rain, since she is also part of Collaboratory PH. They have their shows online with the other poets like Dr. Jerome,
Mm.
with Ian, who else? Oh my gosh, they are gonna yeah, Collaboratory PH. So we are updating each other. Um we are still in touch when it comes to activities, because mostly we have musicians. We have Keen and
Yeah,
Patrick, so
yeah.
they're performing online as well. And I think
Keen,
that's it.
um,
Yeah.
mm.
And Antonio Batan, that person,
Oh
has a lot
wow.
of online events.
Yes, yeah, I have not seen Antonio Matan in a very long time. That man is busy.
I know,
He's
right?
right. But thank you so much, Ever, for coming on and sharing your poems. I missed you. I really did.
Oh, thank you.
I
Thank
love
you,
you so much.
Indigo.
This is your first, but definitely not your last time on the show.
Thank you so much, Indigo. It's really nice to talk to you and to share my poems to all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All
Have a
right.
nice evening. Send my love to
I-
Karen.
Sure, absolutely. I will. And yeah, I'll just stay here. I want to listen to other people.
Yes, please do.
Okay. Thank you, Indigo.
Bye. So, the only member of Drip Art Movement that does not reside in Batangas, Miss Ever Gladness. Um, Man, I haven't seen Ever in a while. Oh, the last time I saw her wasn't for an event. It was a purely social thing. Okay, I can't remember. So, again, if you are just joining us tonight, welcome to Me Poetry. This is our ninth episode, Pause Not Stop, in celebration of May being Mental Health Awareness Month, I'm sorry. And with that, and with everything going on in the world, a reminder that it is okay to pause, slow down, get some rest before you go forth again. Um, So I told you earlier that amongst our sponsors, Tamayan Gastro Bar, si Hostel in Makati, Dream Wide Awake Coffee, and Expert Choice Asia, we also have a sponsor called Pukameri Cafe, and they have just started an initiative called the Bayanihan PH 2020 Initiative, wherein they feed frontliners. So, 30% of purchases from Pukameri, they're available via Grab and Foodpanda, takeout and delivery. Goes to Bayanihan PH Initiative. They have, I think, given over 6,500 food packs to various hospitals and even other organizations that are frontliners. Like recently, there was a donation made to a large chain grocery. So if you want to help out, we should have details on how to either send help via bank deposit if you're in the Philippines or contact them for PayPal and whatnot. There should be a poster in our social media this week. But for now, you can go to Pukameri Cafe on Facebook and you can find everything you need on that. Okay, so our next artist, we will move to our next artist. We're still in the Philippines. And this person is, again, another person I've been looking forward to hearing from. Because HP, not the printer, likes to call herself a storyteller, with her pages not limited to traditional paper. A weaver of tales through sound, sight, and sometimes taste, she has the eye of a photographer, the voice of a performer, the ears of a sound designer, and the hands of a journalist and poet. But she's more comfortable with just being called amateur artist for now. From the Philippines, Hannah Padilla. Hi,
Hello,
Hannah.
everyone. Hi. Phew, I'm excited to be on here. It's my first time performing my poetry live. I think the first time that I ever performed was I was in line for a signing uh by Sarah Kay and Phil Kay when they were here last year. And then Serge Gabriel asked, okay, who wants to perform their poetry or who wants to perform a poem? So that was the first time that I performed a poem ever. I like keeping my poems to myself, but I think since then I've been more active in writing my poetry. I tend to write more songs, but I haven't had anything finished in a while. So ever since this lockdown started, this ECQ started here in the Philippines, I've been writing more. I've been diving more into um, my poetry, been more into appreciation, learning more about the poets or contemporaries who are writing certain topics. And then I found that writing snippets of poems is my way of coping ever since I was 14 or 13. Like I've had episodes of mental lowness, mental breakdowns, and writing has been very cathartic for me. So that's why I'm diving more into it, and I'd like to inspire more people to let your voice out, express yourself, and don't limit yourself. It's not bad if you are not the best in something, but it's good that you let your voice out, let your feelings out. It's a way to let people know that you're still alive and you are fighting. All right. So my first poem for tonight, it's called Paghinga. So I'm going to perform in my local language in Tagalog. And because I grew up here in Quezon City, in the capital region of the Philippines, and then I spent a year in Laguna where Tagalog is also the local tongue. So that's the poem I'm most comfortable in, language I'm most comfortable in. So I'll be performing um, Paghinga. And Paghinga in English means rest or breathing. So here it is, Paghinga. Tulak, hila, tulak, hila. Palitan ng galaw. Bigay, tanggap. Bigay, tanggap. Sinag ay sumasayaw ng buwan sa iyong pagmumuni-muni. Doon at dito, malapit at malayo. Agos ng hangin ang nagdudugtong sa'yo at sa alon. Sumasabay sa pagtaas at pagbagsak ng dibdib mo, sa pagpuno at pagbagsak at pagbakante ng baga, sa pagbilis at pagbagal ng puso. Ang halina ng paghampas ay ang pagpapaalala ng paghinga. Kunin, yakapin, ikaw at ang daluyong ay isa. Nagsasagutan, nagpapakiramdaman, nagagalit, nalulumbay, nagagalak. Hinga. Inhale. Ito ang puwersa ng buhay para sa'yo, Anya. Exhale. Akin na ang bigat ng dala. Inhale. Salamat sa payapa. Exhale. Alay ko, pakikisagupa. Ito na. Kaya na. Babangon at lalaban pa. Paghinga. So that's my first poem. It's Paghinga, rest, or breathing. So, and I actually made that poem remembering a time I was sitting at the edge of the beach, and I felt like, nature speaking to me, an exchange of some sorts. When you breathe in, you're pulling in the ocean. When you breathe out, the waves go down to the deep waters. And it's reminding you that this is a cycle. Na life goes on even though you have these lows and highs. And you have to fight. In relation to that, here is another poem that I made that is inspired by the beach. Well, I really like nature. I like going to the mountains and I like going to the beach. So this is a poem uh, that I wrote for a person, or I had a person in mind, but it also reminded me of how the little things make an impact to us. They ingrain themselves into our memory like asteroids hitting the earth. So that's what impact is about. And sometimes they are good memories to someone when you are down, and sometimes there are bad memories that trigger breakdowns that we don't want. And sometimes we just learn how to fight them and create something more positive from the negative. So this is impact. Impact. This is how I know you have made a crater. You whose fleeting dash not only scratched the surface, but punctuated and punctured. I cannot bring myself to listen to old recordings. There are traces of you, of hope, of a beginning, of spontaneous duets. I cannot bring myself to hit play without bracing for impact. Siren calls are shrill, but yours is a whale song, pulling me into the depths of ocean where swimming lessons are of no use. This wrecked ship, this burned up vessel, your submarine tones to my soprano sang of a possible coup. Oceanographers can attest that remnants of rocket ships litter seabeds as well. Artificial and natural satellites alike are gravitationally bound. And you who have flung from my orbit, have made an impact. So that was impact, inspired by comets and meteor showers, and how something so fleeting can also be something so lasting, ingrained in our memory. So the last poem that I'm going to share with you guys tonight is something I wrote during this um, community quarantine we are in. Uh, One of the buzzwords or the phrases that we hear whenever we are advised to lower the risk of the spread of infection of a disease like what we have now, COVID 19, is social distancing or physical distancing. It means, being mindful of our distance from other people. The recommendation is around at least a meter apart. And just because we're a meter apart from other people or we are houses away from the people we love doesn't mean that we cannot long for touch. And a lot of people are longing for that um, expression of love, touch, since it's something that's advised against. Since, well, we really do hope that we are more healthy, we come out of this unscathed. But there are people who are already scathed, who are already bruised, because being in isolation is not the best way um, to cope with a lot of things. There's a lot of uncertainty. So I made this poem just to remind us that there are ways we can feel other people's touch, even by our words. So this poem is called Distancing. Examine the word embrace. How syllables escape into sound, waves, mouth shapes. Release. E, m, b, a, s. Embrace. How tender, a gentle approach. Arms open wide. The invitation. An elongated welcome. Come close. Lips parted into a smile. Mm, a joining together. Communion. Burr. Limbs entangling. Millimeters pulse. A. The one enclosed. S. Teeth in contact. Lips dangle. Hold that position. The lock. No letting go. No gaps. No holes. In brachium. This is your home. Hug. To console. A rush, a thud, an immediate response. G. Hug. Hush. Here, now, lighter. Speech pathology and linguistics. How the mouth works, how we make sense of words. Why does your face look like that when you say those words? Anthropology, semiotics, etymology. Notice how we gather and release. What we do to make an embrace, a hug. Mouths feel before nerves could touch. Have we yearned so much that utterances have become placeholders? Settling for words, we fixate on how we say them. Read my lips gained a new meaning. Embrace, hug, opening and closing, holding and releasing, touching. Wishing an action upon someone is not tantamount to sensations of nerve endings, but bodies never really touch. Atoms push and pull, it's the physics around them that we feel. When palms caress, when fingers trace, when skin brushes upon skin, physics. Let the physics of my words be enough until our electrons can interact again in a dance. The expanse between your atoms and to mine is dismissible as long as you hold on to the words embrace and hug and the anatomy of how these sounds cultivate. Until then, I wrap my whispers around your words. Their warmth is the third law of motion in action, distancing. Yay. So thank you so much. Those are the three poems that I have for tonight. I hope you uh enjoyed them. It's my first time also performing three of my poems. So I do hope that you found something to hold in the heart of your pocket, and save up for a rainy day.
Hannah, Hannah, thank you so much. That was so heartwarming. Thank you for being on the show. Thank you so much. That the poem you wrote, the one where you were talking about sitting on the edge of the ocean. uh, I miss the beach.
I miss the beach as well. Really, it's
Oh,
a way. It's a breathing space. It's not that crowded when you come to think of it. Like feeling the sand between your toes and
yeah,
hearing the waves crashing. It's a poem of its own.
yeah, exactly. And it's so beautiful the way that you married all of those poems together. How are you? How have you been throughout this pandemic uh, break?
During this pandemic, how I've been. There are days that are better. There are days that are bad. But we find ways to cope. Actually, earlier this week, there was a day that I didn't want to move. Like, I didn't want to do anything at all. And then I just saw on social media that one of my favorite restaurants is offering delivery service. And to my surprise, that gave me hope to live. Okay, I have something to look
Look
forward
forward
to.
to- Yes.
Yeah, there's something that's certain. And I think that's something that we forget when it comes to situations like these. And for people who experience issues with their mental health, like I struggle with anxiety, with depression.
Mm.
There are episodes that are just really bad, and there are episodes that turn out manageable. Like earlier this week, I didn't want to move. I didn't find any reason to get up. But when I found out that, I could get a taste of my favorite food, I could smell the scent, I could imagine that I'm still at that restaurant, gave me hope. So after finding out that news, I stood up, then I actually cleaned my room. I cleaned a lot of things. I did a lot from that's on my checklist, on my to-do list, that I thought I wouldn't be able to accomplish. So, having something to look forward to is one of the tips that I usually find in counseling groups, in mental health support groups. And, having something to look forward to is something people should keep in mind. Even if it sounds too small or a bit dismissible to others, if it gives you hope, it gives you hope. Don't mind what other people say.
I agree completely. Absolutely. And actually, that's so interesting because I did for World Suicide Prevention Day last year. I had a poem that said something like that. I'm probably gonna perform it later. If it nothing is insignificant if it keeps you going.
Yeah.
Like that for your favorite restaurant or on my end. A couple of weeks ago, my boyfriend randomly sent me Paris. I love.
Oh.
I and sometimes it's at the end of the day when you're both dead tired and you're both kind of testy. This is not even a Metro Manila. I'm not kidding
Mm.
you. And like he will call. Even if it's literally a 2-minute call to verbally say, hey, good night, I'm going to bed. I'm going to bed. Or, the way my dad will get up every morning and make me breakfast before his own breakfast. Yeah, it's really, I understand that. And that's so important. And I think that's also what poetry does for a lot of us, no? The ones who write that we have somewhere to sort out our feelings. Sometimes it's not even about another one, letting it out. It's I'm gonna let it out so I can.
Process it. Yeah.
Is that what writing is for you now these days?
Hmm? Sorry?
Is that what writing is for you now these days also?
Yes. It helps me process a lot of things. It process my frustrations, my anger. I have this realization that maybe the reason why I get angry easily is because I'm always angry. And if I haven't written that down, I wouldn't realize na, oh, okay, I need to release some of my anger. So I won't get angry all the time. I won't get outbursts all the time. Like, I wouldn't want to be destructive if I found a way to process things. And, writing has been helping me process a lot of emotions since, being in a situation like this, being in isolation and having weird thoughts or toxic thoughts sometimes. It puts you in a roller coaster. And being
Yeah.
in a roller coaster, alam mo yun, it feels like your thoughts are fireflies you're trying to catch.
Yeah. See,
And
that's always the point.
writing is the net to
Yeah,
help you process things and sort things out and be better, be more sober.
I agree. That's already a poem. You're already writing a poem again.
I will go back to this to this recording.
Fireflies are the net. I like. And then, so when you're not writing poetry and creating nets, what's been keeping you busy?
I've been cooking. I've been cooking.
Uh,
Yeah, so trivia for everyone, I'm a plant-based diet person. So I'm a vegetarian for 7 years this August. Yeah.
oh,
So
oh,
so that's why I love food. That's why food is important to me. Having a restaurant that could cater to my needs is very important to me since
nasama na lang.
yeah, it gets tiring though if I'm the only vegetarian in the family.
Ah,
So
yeah.
yeah, so sometimes
So,
I don't want to eat because I don't have the energy to cook. So sometimes I get up at weird times of the day and then cook, and that's just my
yeah.
breakfast. So that's what's keeping me. But you know, it helps. It does help. It's a coping mechanism, and at the same time, it's a skill that is being polished.
Thank you so much, Hannah, for being on the show. Thank you, thank
Thank you
you.
so much.
And do you have anything to promote your radio shows, whatever, your social media? Please share with everyone where they can find more of you.
All right. So I actually work for DZUP. So that is the radio station of the University of the Philippines. And right now we are doing special broadcasts on Tuesdays and Thursdays since we are not allowed to go inside the vicinity of UP Diliman at the moment since foot traffic is being limited. But you can access our archives, our previous content and our broadcast through facebook.com/DZUP1602 AM. Yeah, so that's where you can browse our content. And you can also look for DZUP Sessions Facebook page. That is a program that I started this March, but it's still on hold since we have this pandemic. But you can visit our previous guests there. We've had Mila Aguilar, one of the older revolutionary poets from the Philippines. And then we've had Patricia Ramos, Patty Ramos,
Yeah.
yeah, performed there. And we've featured the album Unang Sigwa or songs from the first quarter storm. So we really want to promote poetry and music on that page. Oh, we also have had Tubao. That is Tulong Mindanao Music Collective. Sir Edge Uyangguren has been our guest there. You can visit their page, facebook.com/Tubao Music Collective. So you can listen to their songs of hope, songs that could help our brothers and sisters in Mindanao who are struggling and fighting for their ancestral lands. So that's all.
Thank you so much, Hannah, for being on the show. I hope you have a good rest of your evening, and I hope you come back.
Yeah, I'll still listen to our poets here on We Poetry
I'm
Global.
sure.
Thank you, Indigo. Thank you,
Thank
everyone.
you. Have a good evening. Be safe. Bye. So that was Hannah Pagila from of the Philippines again, and now from the Philippines, because we are reporting global, we are going to fly all the way to India. So this next poet is a multi-talented man who has been performing for quite some time. He started writing 3 years ago and is very much a dreamer. So all the way from India, Praful Akhani.
Thank you so much, Indigo. Thank you
Hi,
so much for that.
boy. Hi.
Hi, 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 hi. All right. Thank you so much, guys, for giving this opportunity to perform in V Poetry. And I have a lot of things today. Well, before I start with my piece, I want all of you to turn on your videos so it can help me out, it can encourage me, or it can boost me up for my piece. I see only Indigo turning on the video. Anyone else? Nope. Okay. Great, 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 great. Hi, Kelly. Okay. Great, great, great. Now this is awesome. Yep. Okay. Now the piece which I'm gonna perform today. Well, as Indigo said, I am a multi-talented person, so I do a lot of things. I'm a good cook. I write poems. I am a dancer. I am a singer, as well as, well, there's a long list which cannot be completed. It will end the entire show if I just start off all those things. So I'm so sorry for that. And yes, as Indigo said, I've just started writing poetry from last 3 years, and the poetry which I'm going to perform today in front of you guys is my first poem, as well as it's in the local language Hindi, and I will be helping you out with the meaning of that poem after each and every paragraph. Okay, and as well as I will be performing a song and Hindi song in front of you guys. Okay, so here I start with my piece where the title of the poem is "As Zindagi Tujhe Jeena Bhool Hum Yun Hi Chal Diye." So the meaning is like, life, I forgot to live you and I've just spending my days all day. So it goes like this. तेरी राह से निकलती खुशियों की किलकारियां, तेरी राह से निकलती खुशियों की किलकारियां याद दिलाती है वो स्कूल की मस्तियां, उन मस्तियों को दिल में दबाकर चल दिए, ए जिंदगी तुझे जीना भूल हम यूं ही चल दिए. It means like, whenever I pass by to my schools or any of the roads, it reminds me of those mischievous which I've used to do in my school. So that's how the things that life, I just forgot to live you and I was just passing by, I was just spending my days like this. So the next para is, याद आता है वो माँ का हर सुबह उठाना, याद आता है वो माँ का हर सुबह उठाना, स्कूल के लिए तैयार कर बस में चढ़ाना, अपने टीचर्स की हंसी उड़ाना, उन हसीन यादों को दिल में दबाकर चल दिए, ए जिंदगी तुझे जीना भूल हम यूं ही चल दिए. Now the meaning of this paragraph is like, it reminds me of my mother every morning waking me up to go to school. Then it also reminds me that my mom used to make me ready for the school, and also wherever whatever mischievous things I used to do with my teachers. So that all mischief things and that all happiness which I'm just missing it right now. So I'm just telling to my life that I just forgot to live you in the current situation. I'm just was passing by, or I was just spending my days. Moving on to the next part. रिजल्ट के दिन पापा से छुप कर रहना, रिजल्ट के दिन पापा से छुप कर रहना, वो दादाजी का पापा की डांट से बचाना, और चुपके से अपनी हर जिद को मनवाना, उस डांट को दिल में दबाकर चल दिए, ए जिंदगी तुझे जीना भूल हम यूं ही चल दिए. So this para goes with my father and my grandfather. Like, whenever we used to get results, we used to hide with from our parents, right? We used to hide from our father, because we are not getting that good numbers. So we are aware that they will shout on us. So the line says that whenever I get my result, I used to hide up from my father, and my grandfather used to come and save me from him. And while doing that, so I also tried to get my all things done from my grandfather, like getting chocolates and everything and all those things. So this is the thing, that all those moments, it's like उस हसीन यादों को दिल में दबाकर चल दिया है. I've just kept all those moments in my heart, and I've just moved on. I've just forgot to live my life, and I've just moved on. Moving on to the next part. Just a second. Yeah. Moving on to the next part. वो कॉलेज की यारी और क्रश की मुस्कुराहट. वो कॉलेज की यारी और क्रश की मुस्कुराहट. वो लैब की मस्ती में केमिकल का लोचा. बंक करते हुए प्रिंसिपल ने धर दबोचा. उस हसीन मुस्कुराहट को दिल में दबाकर चल दिए. ए जिंदगी तुझे जीना भूल हम यूं ही चल दिए. So this para explains about our friends in college. Like वो college की यारी और crush की मुस्कुराहट means the friends of my life to whom with I met with my in my college and school days, as well as the crushes which I have had in my college times. The smile of that crush, which like every time I remember in my life, whenever I meet her or whenever if I am sitting somewhere and I'm just remembering those days. So वो कॉलेज की यारी और क्रश की मुस्कुराहट. वो लैब की मस्ती में केमिकल को लोचा. As I was a science student, so I used to do mischievous things in the chemicals in my science labs. So वो लैब की मस्ती में केमिकल का लोचा. बंक करते हुए प्रिंसिपल ने धर दबोचा. I believe lot of you guys have bunked their colleges and just went out for some with your friends outing and everything, right? So I remember those days when I used to bunk my colleges. So उस हसीन मुस्कुराहट को दिल में दबाकर चल दिए means keeping that smile of the crush and those things of my those moments of my friends in my heart. I just went off without living my life. I just spent off my days without living my life. Now it coming up to our job life, as everyone is frustrated by their jobs. I believe yes or no. So it goes like this. फंस गया हूँ increment और EMI के चक्रव्यूह में. Means I'm stuck between the increment and the EMI of the job. So फंस गया हूँ increment और EMI के चक्रव्यूह में. लगा हूँ खुद की जरूरतों को पूरा करने. I'm just indulged into getting my things done, getting my needs done. So लगा हूँ खुद की जरूरतों को पूरा करने में. साथ रहकर भी दूर हूं अपनों में. Even if I am with my family, I am still away from my family. So साथ रहकर भी दूर हूं अपनों में. अपनी प्रतिभाओं को दिल में दबाकर चल दिए. ए जिंदगी तुझे जीना भूल हम यूं ही चल दिए. This last two lines means keeping my talent inside my heart. I just went off spending my life days. So I'm sorry, life. I've just forgot to live you, and I'm just spending my days like nothing I'm doing. Now coming up to the business entrepreneurs, this paragraph is for them. धुंधला सा हो गया हूँ सक्सेस की दौड़ में. धुंधला सा हो गया हूँ सक्सेस की दौड़ में. भूल गया हूँ तेरी सूरत कि तू कितनी हसीन थी जिंदगी के उस मोड़ पे. धुंधला सा हो गया हूँ सक्सेस की दौड़ में. भूल गया हूँ तेरी सूरत कि तू कितनी हसीन थी है जिंदगी के उस मोड़ पे. It means it's been blur in the what I can say. The meaning of this line is actually I'm just running behind the success and I've just vanished somewhere. I've become blur somewhere and I'm not looking after my life happiness which I'm having right now. So धुंधला सा हो गया हूँ सक्सेस की दौड़ में. भूल गया हूँ तेरी सूरत means I have forgotten the picture of the life, the beauty of life, which I used to see at the time of my childhood or at the time of my school or at the time of my college. So भूल गया हूँ तेरी सूरत इस मोड़ पे कि तू कितनी हसीन थी है जिंदगी के उस मोड़ पे. जिम्मेदारी के बोझ के तले चल दिए. जिंदगी तुझे जीना भूल हम यूं ही चल दिए. Stuck in the responsibilities, I forgot to live my life and I'm just spending my days like that. आज भागती जिंदगी में उन हर पल को याद करता हूँ. आज भागती जिंदगी में उन हर पल को याद करता हूँ. कभी वहां से गुजरते हुए खुद से फरियाद करता हूँ. It means like while passing by every single day from those roads, I remember each and every moment. आज भागती जिंदगी में उन हर पल को याद करता हूँ. कभी वहां से गुजरते हुए खुद से फरियाद करता हूँ. Whenever I passes by those roads from my school or from my college, I remember all those moments. क्यों ना इस पल को मैं जी लूं. Should I live this moments again? क्यों ना इस पल में उन सबको जी लूं, जो छूट रहा है उसे थाम लूं. Whatever I'm losing, I'll just capture it again. So जो छूट रहा है उसे थाम लूं, जो जा रहा है उसे रोक लूं. Whoever is leaving me, whoever is going me, I'll just stop them there and there and tell them to live with me myself. So जो जा रहा है उसे रोक लूं. अब इस पल में ए जिंदगी तुझे हर पल खुल के जी लूं. अब इस पल में ए जिंदगी तुझे हर पल खुल के जी लूं. That's all from my end, guys. That's the first poem which I performed in front of you. The title is "Hai Zindagi Tujhe Jeena Bhool Hum Yu Hi Chal Diye." The first poem, which describes like we don't live a life to the fullest because of the current situation, like job, increment, appraisal, paying your EMIs, or running behind the success every point of time. So if you are, trust me, I have this. I live my life this with this one statement, which the quote which I have written for myself: "Dream to live and don't live to dream." It means dream to live your dreams and don't live to dream the dreams. So this is how I live my life. And yes, coming up with my next piece, I believe you guys liked this poem. Somewhere, I believe that it must have touched your heart, right? Okay. So moving on to my next performance, which I'm gonna perform a song in Hindi. I performed this song in the last event as well of V Poetry, and this song is very close to my heart. Now, it's the name of the song in over here. It's Teri Mitti. It's from the movie Kesari. The hero was Akshay Kumar, if you guys know him. So the song Teri Mitti, there are few paragraphs which actually gives us the goosebumps. Now, it goes like this. ओ माई मेरी क्या फिक्र तुझे क्यों आंख से दरिया बहता है तू कहती थी तेरा चांद हूं मैं और चांद हमेशा रहता है ओ माई मेरी क्या फिक्र तुझे क्यों आंख से दरिया बहता है तू कहती थी तेरा चांद हूं मैं और चांद हमेशा रहता है तेरी मिट्टी में मिल जावा गुल बन के मैं खिल जावा बस इतनी है दिल की आरज़ू तेरी नदियों में बह जावा तेरे खेतों में लहरावा बस इतनी है दिल की आरज़ू ओ वतना वे मेरे वतना वे तेरा मेरा प्यार निराला था कुर्बान हुआ तेरी असमत पे मैं कितना नसीबों वाला था तेरी मिट्टी में मिल जावा गुल बन के मैं खिल जावा बस इतनी है दिल की आरज़ू तेरी नदियों में बह जावा तेरे खेतों में लहरावा बस इतनी है दिल की आरज़ू केसरी Thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much. So I'm done with my piece. Hope you guys enjoyed it.
Hi, Praful. Thank you so much. That was incredible.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you for copying that.
Okay. Well, I actually run an open mic in India as well, and we also
Oh.
run an online open mics over here as well. I believe Lakan already knows me very well because he used to perform in our open mics. He have come 2 times. Then the open mic's name is Vichar Arts. Vichar means thoughts.
Oh.
So
Okay.
yes, Vichar Arts. It's a journey of thoughts actually.
Cool. No, that's great. Fascinating. I really enjoyed the first piece, and I like that you were translating as you went.
Well, I'm working on it of the English version. I will be coming soon with the English version of it, and I have just written 2 paras, and still I have to write 3 more paras to complete it. I was about to perform today, but fortunately or unfortunately, whatever you say, actually I have a pharmacy store over here in India.
Oh wow.
So currently, as you see, we are the frontliners to give out all
Yeah.
the medicines and everything to be delivered to the customer's place, to the people's place. So I'm all time involved in the deliveries of those things, and still I give my time. I just remove the time to perform in these kind of in shows and to come up live, and also to cheer and keep people motivating.
Thank you so much for taking the time. I know how busy it is, and thank you. Thank you for being a frontliner. Thank you for all that you're doing. Do you have
Thank you.
any social media that you want to promote where people can find more of your poetry or
I have one more piece of poetry as well. That is also in Hindi, and also I have an piece in English as well. I'll just perform in English. Give me
okay.
one sec. Give me 1 second, please. All right. So I have the piece with me. Now I wrote this poem on 15th of August 2017. It was like we have our Independence Day on 15th August. So in regards to that, I have written this poem. So it goes like this. It sounds good to be true that India got freedom from the rulers who ruled. We are still the slaves of our own self because we fight for reservation who are corrupted in minds by themselves. We talk about growth, which happens everywhere. We talk about growth, which happens everywhere. But why can't we find our mental growth anywhere? Every day we fight in our lives for what we do, whether it's an education, job, or the medical treatments we go through. We watch news filled with rapes, murders, and scams. But at the end of the day, what we say is, I care a damn. We should make our present worth to build a better future, a country with an open mind without any breaches, an education of talents and not a mark seekers, a workplace of a creativity and not a boot leakers. Okay, yeah. So the workplace of a creativity and not a boot leakers, a youth of growth with all the motivational features. The day when we see all these in front of our eyes, that day India will be free from all those skies. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Praful, for your time and for sharing those wonderful poems with us.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the wonderful opportunity. I hope you guys enjoyed my piece. And I will be coming again and again with new and new poems. We'll be
Okay.
back again.
You would like that
And
very
yes, yes, if you guys wanted to join us, I will be sharing the link with Indigo as well. If any one of you want to join our upcoming open mic event, which is on Sunday at 7 p.m. Indian Standard Time. I believe that will be a late night for you guys. But if you guys join, it will be really great for us. Yep. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Praful. Have a nice rest of your day.
Thank you so much. Bye bye. Have a great day.
Bye. That was Praful from India. Like he said, he actually runs his own his own open mic there, and he, for somebody that just started writing 30 years ago, that was really cool. And you know, he's a frontliner. Just imagine the weight on that when you're a frontliner. So again, if you're watching this and you're a frontliner taking a break, thank you. Speaking of thank you, again, we want to thank all of our sponsors. This is Hostel Philippines, I Dream Wide Awake Coffee, Tambayan Gastro Bar Malate, Expat Choice Asia, and Pukamay Cafe. Fun. Okay, from India, we're gonna fly back to the Philippines for a bit. And this next artist is actually a young lady that I'm actually really looking forward to. She writes about feelings of broken hearts and those who are blinded by love. Oof. All right. So from the Philippines, we have Ellie. Hi, Ellie.
Hi everyone. Okay,
Hi.
so I'm really nervous right now. Whew. It's my first time to perform again after a long break. So since I've heard with this kind of performance, I honestly like to join. So the poem that I will be performing is in Filipino. So I still hope you appreciate it, and I still hope you enjoy listening to it. And so here it is. This poem is for everyone who wants to stop their sufferings and wants to give up their fight, to those who felt unappreciated and loved. And this is also an encouragement to everyone and a reminder to always choose to live, always choose to continue living. Someone out there is happy having you in their lives. So the title of my poem is Manalangin, Magpahinga, Tapos Sugod. Manalangin, magpahinga, tapos sugod. Ilang beses mo na bang naranasang mapagod? Ilang beses ka na bang nakaranas lumubog at malunod? Ilang beses mo na bang naisipan na tapusin na lang lahat? Para hindi na masakit, para hindi na mabigat, para hindi mo na maramdaman yung pait at sakit sa lahat ng sinasabi nila. Ilang beses mo na bang sinasabi sa sarili mo na isuko mo na lang, wala nang pag-asa, takot ng sumubok dahil sa mga komento ng iba. Teka, kailan mo pa sinimulang hanapin ang halaga mo sa mga mata nila? Kailan mo pa sinimulang maging masaya sa mga peking papuri nila? Pag-isipan mong mabuti. Balikan mo ang lahat ng alaalang naging dahilan kung bakit hanggang ngayon ay lumalaban ka pa rin. Kung bakit meron pa ring katiting na damdamin na nagsasabing mahal kita sa kahit sino at ano ka pa. Sa kung sinong magiging ikaw sa inaharap, pag-isipan mo. Manalangin, magpahinga, tapos sugod. Tama ba itong gagawin ko? Makinig ka sa sinasabi ng tao tungkol sa pagkatao ko? Teka, hindi ba mas kilala ko yung sarili ko? Bakit ako makikinig sa ibang tao? Sa pagkakataong pumasok to sa isip mo ay ngumiti ka para sa akin. Dahil sa wakas ay naisip mo na ring hindi mo dapat tapusin ang buhay mo dahil lang sa mga negatibong nangyayari sa paligid mo, may isang nilalang na nagmamahal sa'yo at mas mahal ka niya higit pa sa pagkakaalam mo. Manalangin, magpahinga, tapos sugod. Manalangin dahil kailangan mong malaman kung hanggang dito na lang ba talaga, kung hindi ka na ba talaga makakaligtas o habang buhay ka nang nakaposas sa mga hindi makitang mga dahilan. Magpahinga. Sa lahat ng pagod na inabot mo, habulin mo ang hiningang pinakawalan mo sa pagkakataong patuloy kang tumatakbo at doon mo masisilayan ang tunay na ganda ng mundong to. Sugod, atakihin ng kalaban. Huwag na huwag mong hahayaan na ang buhay mo'y magkaroon ng hangganan. Sa bawat pagkadapa ay may kaakibat na pagtayo. Ayos lang na tawagin kang lampa. Ang mahalaga ay makatayo ka sa sarili mong mga paa. Lagi mong tatandaan, pupwede kang magpahinga at huminto, pero tanggalin mo sa bokabularyo mo ang pagsuko. So that's the only piece um that I that I made for this night. So I'm very sorry for for my piece if it's in Filipino. I still hope you guys enjoyed my piece. So that's my piece for tonight.
Okay, first of all, Ellie, I wish you don't apologize. That was beautiful. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we really encourage everybody to share in the language they're comfortable in, because poetry in itself is universal, no? How have you been? So how have you been throughout this pandemic? Since we're talking about mental health tonight.
So I've been doing a lot of things since the pandemic started. I've been reading books, especially the Bible. I really love reading Bible, and also I enjoyed talking to my friends in video calls or voice calls. I really enjoyed talking to them. That's my stress reliever actually, and also my niece. I always babysit her, so I think the best way to be relieved in this pandemic is to always pray, always always enjoy uh, one-on-one conversation with God. Always have always have confidence, and that whatever is happening will have its end soon. Because yeah, everything has its seasons, and the season of pandemic is about to end.
Ah, wow, that's so warm. I agree. I absolutely agree. That's
Yes.
really lovely. The way you read is really lovely. Thank you for sharing that with us. Have you,
Thank you
um,
so much.
yeah. So what, out of every line in that poem, do you think there's a line or two that's your favorite that really applies to everything that's going on now and everything that's
I think if there were lines, I think it's tama ba 'tong gagawin ko, makinig sa mga sinasabi ng ibang tao tungkol sa pagkatao ko? Teka, hindi ba mas kilala ko ang sarili ko? Bakit ako makikinig sa ibang tao? Because that's the reality. We we are likely to know ourselves more than to know that than anyone else. So why doubt yourself? Why question yourself about who you are? Why listen to their negativities about you when you already know who you are? When you know yourself better than anyone else.
that sounds like a poem in itself also.
Yeah.
That's so lovely, Ellie. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Do you have social media where we can see the rest of your poetry? Do you have anything you wanna promote to the people?
Yeah, actually, I have a YouTube channel, and its name is Selena Virin. That's my real full name. So I have there my insights and thoughts about motivating and encouraging people um, that has depression or anxieties. That I have insights there that may help them in overcoming those thoughts of themselves, and so much more. So you can subscribe to my channel. It's Selena Berin. So you can see there different kinds of encouragements and motivations that may help you in whatever you're feeling right now.
Thank you so much, Ellie, for being on the show. I hope you're doing well. I hope your
Yes,
family is
thank
doing
you.
well and that you're safe with everything
Thank you
that's
for
going on.
letting me join here. Thank you so
Of course,
much.
I hope you come back though. I hope that this is
Yes,
not
yes,
I hope we see you again and that you share more of your wonderful poetry with us.
yes. Thank you so much. I will surely perform again.
Have a good evening.
Thank you. Bye.
So that was Ellie or Selena Virin from the Philippines. You can subscribe to her YouTube channel. It's always nice when because this is our ninth episode. I mean, we've been at this for almost a month, and there's always something new to be discovered. When the poet that's reading their work, there's always a new light that comes in. There's always new perspectives, and um, for those of you that may not have understood the poem because it was in Filipino and Tagalog rather, it was a very hopeful poem. And it was, as she explained, it was very much talking about the need to sometimes take a step back, you know, pause and pause as we're talking about tonight and maybe pray, if that's what you're thinking, because there's really something to be said about being able to recognize the need to take a step back and then being able to actually do it. I think one of the things this global pandemic has done is it's allowed a lot of people, the ones who say, "Oh, when I have time, I'll rearrange my room. When I have time, I'll work less and play more and all of that." And suddenly the world has gotten to a point where it's like, yeah, we're gonna put everybody on pause, and now you can all chill. That's really what the night is about. I've said this on the show before. I have bipolar disorder and anxiety disorder, and it's not easy, especially in situations like this. But I think that's also why I love poetry so much. Why I love writing it, why I love reading it, why I love when it's shared with others, because there's a release, there is the ability to reach out to somebody and have somebody reach out to you by something they have gone through and something they choose to share. It's a sense of community. It's a sense of being able to link up with people that can either completely understand, partially understand, or give you an entirely new perspective. Speaking of community, we actually have one for Read Poetry. If you are on Facebook and you would like to share your poems with us and with other artists from around the world, you can go to facebook.com and look for the Collective Community of Read Poetry. It's a Facebook group where people interact and share poems and share feedback on each other's poems. It's nothing formal. It's nothing. There's no extremely academic take on it. It's a very casual gathering of poets from around the world, just sharing and reveling in each other's art. We would love to have you join us there. Of course, we also have a Facebook page. That's facebook.com/repoetryglobal. On Twitter, we are at repoetryglobal. Instagram, repoetryglobal. And Gmail, you can email us for feedback, comments, and if you want to perform, if you're watching right now and you have a poem that you would like to perform, you would like to share, please reach out on any of our social medias or repoetryglobal@gmail.com because we would absolutely love to have you. And speaking of social media, if you're watching me right now on our YouTube channel, hi! Please like this video and hit the subscribe button. You're already here. You're already enjoying yourself. We have so much more coming up in the coming months, so you're going to want to subscribe and hit the notification bell, which is probably over here or over here. I'm actually not sure. But please, yes, like this video, subscribe to our channel. There is a live chat going on right now as the stream is going, so you can also interact with other people on there. I saw Klein Jin, I'm sorry, I'm not pronouncing that properly. I saw Klein Jin on there earlier. Hello, thank you for watching the show again. And again, our poetry partners, we would like to thank Green White Away Coffee, which is a local coffee here in the Philippines. They also have milk-based drinks, ginger drinks. In this time of social distancing and quarantine where it is safest to stay in, if you go to instagram.com/greenwideawakeph, you will see how to pre-order their coffee that comes delivered in reusable glass bottles. Also, our friends at G Hostel Philippines have what they call Quarantine Live every so often on their Facebook page. They have DJs bring their party vibe to your home because G Hostel has always been one of the best places to go for really good food, tours of Poblacion, and when it's all safe and better, their incredibly lovely roof deck bar, which is absolutely pretty. And of course, our ever supportive partners from Expat Choice Asia. That's expatchoice.asia. If you need, especially if you are in the Singapore area, the area, they have really incredible recommendations for food, lodging, and all of these wonderful things. And even theater, if I'm not mistaken. Singapore theater is reopening, or there's a screen again. For look it up on expatchoice.asia. Okay, so from the Philippines, for our next guest, we are actually flying back to India. Okay, our next guest is an SAP consultant working with Volkswagen India. He's a passionate public speaker with an active interest in spoken word poetry, theater, and hosting. Performance art gives him great joy, especially when connecting with audiences. So from India, our friend Rahul Dule. Rahul?
Hello, everyone.
Hi, good evening.
How are you all?
We're doing very well. Thank you for joining us tonight. The stage is yours.
Yeah, thank you. So just dedicatedly for this forum, in last 2 days, I was thinking, and just being a poet, how we think on the practical situation, which is going now. And I thought to write a piece on Corona. Why not? The worldwide, it has given a change. Hopefully everything will get right very soon. But it has taught us a lot of things. The way we live and the way we used to live, and the way we will live. This all thing will differ. During Corona, I guess I got some network connectivity. Wait, all right. Yeah. Am I audible and visible again?
Yes.
Perfect. So where I was that during this Corona, how we are living, before Corona, how we were living, and after Corona, how we all will live. This all depends what exactly we learn from this great pandemic. I wrote some lines in my mother language in Hindi. Those pieces for the benefits, I'll try to translate the main points as well in between. And I wrote it based on the observation and how exactly the heart feels, with a message to lead the world to a better new place. So it starts with Zindagi Ki Gaadi. That means the vehicle of life. That's the topic for my poem. जिंदगी की गाड़ी जैसे कहीं रुकी पड़ी है, उफ आ गई कैसी ये मुश्किल सी घड़ी है. जिंदगी की गाड़ी जैसे कहीं रुकी पड़ी है, उफ आ गई कैसी ये मुश्किल सी घड़ी है. सन्नाटे में हर शख्स है, कुछ सहमा कुछ डरा डरा. हर तरफ है कोरोना का खौफ और मौत का पहरा. रहकर घर की चार दीवारी में करना है हर काम है. रहकर घर की चार दीवारी में करना हर काम है. दिल को तनिक सुकून है, न तन को मिले आराम है. Isn't it the life is going on during this corona? We all are locked. Our heart want to go out. Our limbs are flattering to go outside and see the outer world and enjoy here and there. That is what exactly the condition is today. But what do you think? Why this situation is? Let's learn and let's look at the ground level, how exactly things happen. जिंदगी की जिंदगी की भाग दौड़ में जो जिंदगी को ना जी सके. जिंदगी की भाग दौड़ में जो जिंदगी को ना जी सके, आज मौत आई तो अपनों से भी ना मिल सके. This is the situation in today's life where we all are running out of success. We all want to be rich, successful person, and we are not giving attention to our loved one, our family. And see, because of that, you are traveling outside the world, away from your city where you are born and where your family is, just to be more and more successful. But what exactly this lockdown has done to you? You are way apart from them, far away from them. And for God's sake, let unfortunately, if someone dies, he will die without having a look of his own loved ones. That is the situation of today's life. So I said the very same thing in Hindi. जिंदगी की भाग दौड़ में जो जिंदगी को ना जी सके, आज मौत आई तो मौत को भी, आज मौत आई तो अपनों से भी ना मिल सके। वो मजदूर है, मजबूर है जो घर से दूर रह रहे, वो मजदूर है, वो मजबूर है जो घर से दूर रह रहे, भूख प्यास लाचारी में जो जिंदगी के लिए जूझ रहे। We all think we are of successful people living outside as a businessman, as doing a lot of business, earning lakhs and crores. No, my dear friend. If you are not able to live a happy life with your own loved ones and family, you are just like a laborer who is working for somebody else in another city where you do not have your own happiness. You just have money and nothing more than that. That's what my line portrays here. वो मजदूर है, वो मजबूर है जो घर से दूर रह रहे, भूख प्यास लाचारी में जो जिंदगी के लिए जूझ रहे। बड़े बड़े देशों में बन रही नहीं है ईंट की इमारतें, बड़े बड़े देशों में बन रही नहीं है ईंट की इमारतें, जिंदगी दफन करने को कम पड़ गई है चादरें। So for the benefit, in all the beautiful worlds, those world who call themselves a superpower, they have stopped making buildings, real estate buildings, corporate buildings. And what they are actually making in this time are the graveyards. And even those graveyards are not enough. Is that the development we all want to have? Let's go forward. बड़े बड़े देशों में बन रही नहीं है ईंट की इमारतें, जिंदगी दफन करने को कम पड़ रही है चादरें। यह काल है, अभिशाप है, इंसानियत पे वार है, जिंदगी जीने के सलीके में ही इसका उपचार है। यह काल है, अभिशाप है, इंसानियत पे वार है, जिंदगी को जीने के सलीके में ही इसका उपचार है। अब जब इंसानी अभिमान ने कुदरत को ललकारा है, तब उसने इंसान को औकात पे उतारा है। These are just the last lining and ending lines of my poem, where I want to convey, यह काल है, अभिशाप है, इंसानियत पे वार है, जिंदगी जीने के सलीके में ही उपचार है। This whole grave time, this sad time, this depressing time, this is just like a curse from the nature to the mankind. And how we come forward on this and how we win over this is nothing else but our own lifestyles. And then I say, जब इंसानी अभिमान ने कुदरत को ललकारा है, तब उसने इंसान को औकात पे उतारा है। So when man got a lot of pride, filled with a lot of pride, and they make big buildings, they make big bridges, and they said this could not be destroyed. This was the case with the Titanic, when they say this is the one which can never get drowned. And then it is the time when nature comes and shows, my dear humans, you are nothing. You're just a part of this. And that is the ending line for me. अब भी वक्त है जान लो, बात तुम ये मान लो। अब भी वक्त है जान लो, बात तुम ये मान लो, यह बस्ती नहीं सिर्फ इंसान की, पिंजड़े में बंद उस जान को उछाल दो। So these are the ending lines. अब भी वक्त है जान लो, बात तुम ये मान लो, यह बस्ती नहीं सिर्फ इंसान की, पिंजड़े में बंद उस जान को उछाल दो। We still have the time. We need to understand that this place is not meant only for humans. And if you have that caged life inside you, inside your home, inside your country, inside your city, it's time to let them be free. And that's the call of this poem which I wrote today. पिंजड़े में जो जान है उसे तुम उछाल दो. Let that life which is present by you, let it be free. Be it your dog, be it your cat, be it your birds, or any kind of it. So that's the piece of poem I wrote. And I wrote especially for this poem today. So yeah, this was this. And I would also like to present one more poem, which I presented in the last one where Elkin and also Akhani was there. So that poem was also pretty much characteristic to mankind. And especially when I say mankind, because in today's world, what exactly is happening? It is man priority country, a man pride whole planet is, where each and every girl, each and every lady is fighting with the pride of a man, trying to prove themselves they're equal and better than man. That exactly the history has been. Even to get the right of vote, they need to have the revolution. Even to get the right how they want to live, they need to fight with a man. And that's why we need to understand why respecting those girls, their freedom is pretty much important. And this freedom of girls and the making, whole world is talking about women empowerment, but that does not stand and that does not start from making policies or giving packages. That starts from your childhood when your mother taught you how to respect women, what exactly it meant to be a woman. So my dad poem starts with the very same one, with the feeling of fear when a girl, when your daughter, let's say, is not back. And this fear is not limited only in India, but it is worldwide. Could you imagine your 6-year girl or 10-year or 15-year girl going outside for college or school and not coming back in 10 night or 11 night or 12 o'clock in the night? Your heart start feeling bad. Your heart start imagining things. What bad has happened to my daughter, to my sister, to my daughter? Why she is still not back? And this poem is on the very same background, where a girl went outside and his brother was waiting. His brother started popping out. His mother started thinking what would have happened. His father was all destroyed and demolished. What exactly has happened? Why she's not returned? And when she returned at 4 a.m. in the night with such a holistic condition, her whole clothes were torn. She was beaten, full with the blood, tired. She got fainted as soon as she reached her home. The parents asked him, what happened? This is how the poem in Hindi goes. भाई का सीना बहन के लिए तिलमिला रहा था. माँ की लाडली का पता नहीं था और बाप का दिल घबरा रहा था. क्यों नहीं आई हमारी बेटी इतनी रात को? कुछ भला बुरा तो नहीं हो गया? जब रात को 4 बजे वो घर को आई, बेहोश हालत में उसे देख के सबके होश उड़ गए. जब उससे पूछा गया कि क्या हुआ, तो उसने कहा कि मैं स्त्री हूं, मैं नारी हूं, मैं कली हूं, मैं फुलवाड़ी हूं, दर्शन हूं मैं, दर्पण हूं मैं, नाद मैं ही गर्जन हूं, बेटी हूं मैं, माता हूं मैं, बलिदानों की गाथा हूं, मैं श्रीमद् भगवद गीता हूं, मैं द्रौपदी, मैं सीता हूं. पुरुषों की इस दुनिया ने यह कैसी नियति दिखलाई, कभी जुए में हार गए, कभी अग्नि परीक्षा दिलवाई. This whole world has asked, there is a very big story of Lord Rama and her wife, Ma Sita, Mother Sita, where even the Lord Rama was, the purity of Lord Rama's wife, that is Ma Sita, was questioned by the people living. And to prove that, she went to the God and she said, if I'm pure, God, please accept me. Please accept me if I'm pure. And at that time, the land got divided into 2 parts. She entered into the land, and happily, the God of the land accepted her purity. But what was that? Of no use, because Goddess Sita was no more. But each and every time a lady is asked to prove her purity of her soul, body, faith, And that's how the poem still goes again. मैं डरती हूं मैं मरती हूं जब सफर अकेले करती हूं, मैं डरती हूं मैं मरती हूं जब सफर अकेले करती हूं, डर का साम्राज्य बढ़ता है कोई साया पीछा करता है, मेरी मुट्ठी बन जाती है, मेरे दिल की धड़कन बढ़ जाती है तरल पसीना माथे पर, दिल में मेरे घबराहट है, जाने ये किसका साया है, जाने ये किसकी आहट है. So what happened exactly when that girl is walking alone and nobody is there with her at the night? Her heart is beating. She's sweating out of fear that somebody might be stalking at her. Somebody might obstruct her way, try to misbehave, do something bad. And she feels unsafe while walking at the night, be it any part of the world. So मैं डरती हूं मैं मरती हूं जब सफर अकेले करती हूं, डर का साम्राज्य बढ़ता है कोई साया पीछा करता है, मेरी धड़कन बन जाती है, मेरी मुट्ठी बन जाती है तरल पसीना माथे पर, दिल में मेरे घबराहट है, जाने ये किसका साया है, जाने ये किसकी आहट है. अंधेरे में उन हाथों ने मुझे बाहों में बीच लिया, अंधेरे में उन हाथों ने मुझे बाहों में बीच लिया, एक ने मुंह पर हाथ रखा और एक ने आंचल खींच लिया. So it was in the night, she don't know who was it the shadow or what? Two hands came, captured her. Two hands came and captured her and she was having no voice and nothing to say about. अंधेरे में उन हाथों ने मुझे बाहों में बीच लिया, एक ने मुंह पर हाथ रखा और एक ने आंचल खींच लिया, फिर मर्यादा के आंचल को फिर जार जार सा कर डाला, नारी के सम्मान को फिर तार तार सा कर डाला. मारा है मुझको पीटा है, बालों से मुझे घसीटा है, मारा है मुझको पीटा है, बालों से मुझे घसीटा है, पर बर्बरता की उन सारी सीमाओं को तोड़ डाला, उस घनी अंधेरी सड़कों पर मुझको तड़पता छोड़ डाला. Those two hands in the dark which came, caught that girl and did so much of bad things to her that it was a shame for her even to be a woman at that time. She was cursing everything and this all pain is happening just because she's a woman and a lady. All the bad things happened to her, and with all the blood all over her body and torn dress, she was left there on the road for the sake of God to help him. मारा है मुझको पीटा है, बालों से मुझे घसीटा है, फिर बर्बरता की उन सारी सीमाओं को तोड़ डाला, उस घनी अंधेरी सड़कों पर मुझको तड़पता छोड़ डाला, उस घनी अंधेरी सड़कों पर मुझको तड़पता छोड़ डाला. और जब खून से लथपथ थी ये काया, सबने तस्वीरें खींची पर कोई मदद को सामने ना आया. जब खून से लथपथ थी ये काया, सबने तस्वीरें खींची पर कोई मदद को सामने ना आया. कोई मदद करो, कोई मदद करो. यह चीख चीख कर चीख भी उससे रूठ गई. जब होश में आई तो इस समाज की बातें सुनकर रूठ गई. A big lesson was here, which we all do. We see something unkind, inhuman is happening, we just fool our eyes. We think what matter is not happening with us. Let it be happen. You neighbor, a man is beating a woman or her daughter, abusing her. You say it is their family matters and you neglect it. And that is what, and that is there, you miss your part. And what more of the people do if a girl is raped and girl is crying and people are abusing her, 3 and 4 goons are abusing, you will take a selfie, you will create a video so that you get some likes and Facebook subscribers. This is what exactly the world has become today. To have the digital image with no inner image of themselves or respect. So घनी अंधेरी सड़कों पर उसे तड़पता छोड़ डाला और फिर सबने तस्वीरें खींची पर कोई मदद को सामने ना आया. कोई मदद करो, कोई मदद करो, कोई मदद करो, कोई मदद करो. ये चीख चीख कर चीख भी उससे उठ गई. जब होश में आई तो इस समाज की बातें सुनकर उठ गई. परिवार की बदनामी होगी, सब उसे यही समझाते हैं. ये नई पीढ़ी के लड़के हैं, थोड़ा तो पैर खींचाते हैं. Finally, when she came, she recovered from her faintness. She got some consciousness. It was asked, okay, whatever has happened, keep it with you. Let's do not fight with those men. Anyhow, They are men and they are just growing up boys. They are just going, that is their work. Nobody can do anything. It is their nature. And with these excuses, you just over and skip those emotions, those hardship which has been faced by that girl. So there they say that सबने तस्वीरें खींची पर कोई मदद को सामने ना आया, कोई मदद करो, ये चीख भी उससे रूठ गई। जब होश में आई तो इस समाज की बातें सुनकर उठ गई, परिवार की बदनामी होगी, सब उसे यही समझाते हैं। ये नई पीढ़ी के लड़के हैं, थोड़ा तो बहक ही जाते हैं। तुम बेटी हो, दुनिया वाले तुम पर ही प्रश्न उठाएंगे। क्यों कोई नहीं था साथ में, क्यों निकली अंधेरी रात में? क्या मेकअप थे, क्या कपड़े थे, या छोटे कपड़े पहने थे? क्यों कोई नहीं था साथ में, क्यों निकली अंधेरी रात में? क्या मेकअप थे, क्या गहने थे, या छोटे कपड़े पहने थे? और इन प्रश्नों की भूल भुलैया में सच्चाई कहीं खो जाती है। सब भूल जाओ कहने वालों, क्या शर्म तुम्हें नहीं आती है? So everybody got question when a girl is raped or bad thing happens. More than questioning that man, people start questioning that girl, cursing that girl. You might be having bad image. You might have been the one who has went there. And they start questioning that girl instead. And finally, their family says, why to take in on the respect? We need to think about your future as well, your marriage as well. Let's do not create a bad image of the family. And let's forgive those boys and whatever bad things have happened to you. So they start with the very same thing. ये नई पीढ़ी के लड़के हैं, थोड़ा तो बहक जाते हैं। भूल जाओ जो हुआ, ये लड़के तो बच ही जाएंगे। दुनिया वाले तुम पर ही प्रश्न उठाएंगे। क्यों कोई नहीं था साथ में, क्यों निकली अंधेरी रात में? क्या मेकअप थे, क्या गहने थे, या छोटे कपड़े पहने थे? और इन प्रश्नों की भूल भुलैया में सच्चाई कहीं खो जाती है। सब भूल जाओ कहने वालों, क्या शर्म तुम्हें नहीं आती है? Don't you feel ashamed, those people who says forget everything? कैसे भूलूं उन रातों को, मुझको छूते उन हाथों को, उन सारी तकलीफों को, कैसे भूलूं उन चीखों को? मेरे शरीर की पीड़ा तो 2-4 दिन में भर जाएगी, पर मन की पीड़ा सारी उम्र रह जाएगी। All those who are saying forget those incidents, how could I forget? How could I forget that night, that tortured night where I was just at the graveyard? I was feeling all devastated and depressed and feeling to get in a suicide mode. And you are asking me to forget that feeling? Maybe these injuries which are there all over my body get hold over a period of time, but those injuries which is inside my heart, even the lifetime would not get it. So even life cannot heal that torture inside. कैसे भूलूं उन रातों को, मुझको छूते उन हाथों को, उन सारी तकलीफों को, कैसे भूलूं उन चीखों को? मेरी शरीर की पीड़ा तो 2-4 दिन में भर जाएगी, पर मन की पीड़ा सारी उम्र रह जाएगी। सब भूल जाओ कहने वालों, याद रखो, यह आखिरी गलती आपकी भी हो सकती है। कल सड़क पर बेसुध बहन या बेटी आपकी भी हो सकती है। Coming towards the ending lines, the people who say forget the things, remember one thing. Today, the girl who is getting raped on that road, or girl that is getting abused today, maybe that girl is today and not related to you, but that girl in future could be you, your daughter, your sister. Remember this thing. सब भूल जाओ कहने वालों, याद रखो, यह आखिरी गलती आपकी भी हो सकती है। This could be your last mistake. कल सड़क पर बेसुध बहन या बेटी आपकी भी हो सकती है। और इस एहसास से बढ़कर कोई और दर्द नहीं हो सकता, जो नारी का अपमान करे वो मर्द नहीं हो सकता। So when you relate and when you feel that today that bad thing which is happening in the world can happen to you tomorrow, then you will get that pain and you realize the person who insults women is not a man, is not a gentleman. और इसलिए मैं कहता हूं, अपनी मर्यादाओं को समझो और नारी का सम्मान करो। अपनी मर्यादाओं को समझो और नारी का सम्मान करो। Know your limits, respect their limits. That's all for the day today. Thank you, Ms. Andico and everyone.
Oh, thank you so much. That was really, really cool. It was really intense. You 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 wrote the first one for the show?
What did you, ma'am?
So when did you write the first poem?
The very first poem I wrote, that was during my school time. Then I was pretty much attracted to the anchoring. So I love hosting events, anchoring events, Toastmasters. I won various images. So poetry was something I was not giving regular timing, but whenever I get. So just I said the recent piece which I wrote just for this platform, where I was seeing the vehicle of the life and the train of the life, the Zindagi Ki Gaadi, that I wrote in last 2 days. And I found, okay, I still have that creativity very much apart and I could continue.
So, do you have social media? Do you post your poems anywhere, or do you have something you would like to promote? Facebook or your Twitter or Instagram?
No, I do not have that much thing. I do not go for digital and all. I do it for my own happiness. And whenever someone invites, I do present it on the stages. I presented it on my corporate life as well. In Infosys, when I was working, I presented the poems. I even hosted the events. So for me, it is not like kind of a profession. It's just kind of a hobby which I enjoy.
Okay, thank you so much for being on the show, Raul. I hope that you come on the show again.
Yeah, sure, I'll be there.
Have a good night. Bye.
Yeah.
Thanks so much.
Awesome, everyone.
So from India, that was Rahul Ray. Me. Wow, it's so intense. I love when we have that's the fun of reporting global. We're literally global. We come from the Philippines, we had boys from India. And there's always something really cool to me about poets that perform like that when they perform their language and then they're kind enough to share it further and just translate, for the rest of us that can understand. Um, so like I said earlier, I actually suffer from, or I have a bipolar disorder and anxiety disorder. And as such, um, I have also written a few poems about mental illness because if you're just tuning in tonight, welcome to my poetry. Tonight, we are talking about pause, not stop. May is Mental Health Awareness Month, and dealing with mental illness, learning to slow things down a little bit and take your time has proven really, really helpful. Pause, not stop. It's not, just kind of need to take a breather, let it out, sort yourself out. And sometimes that's a really underrated thing. You know how um, sometimes it's, oh, maybe you're just hungry or maybe you just need a nap. Sometimes you just need to slow down, take a breath, chill out. If you're just joining us, I will remind you that if you're watching us on YouTube, there is a live chat going on right now on this side or this side. Please like this video, subscribe to our channel, hit the little notification bell so that you know when we are live. Although usually the open mic is 7 p.m. Manila time onwards. As if you are a regular viewer, we go on for 4, 5, 6 hours at a time. Sometimes because there's so much poetry and so much fun and so many people from all over the world. But we also have pop-up shows. We've had a few pop-up shows where we just have a few of our poet friends come on, share a piece or two, talk a little and poof. So it's basically a little snippet of what you would get on a usual Saturday night. If you want to know when our pop-up shows are, then you're gonna have to subscribe to this channel with your notifications on. Also, if you are on Twitter, we are on Twitter at Reporting Global, Facebook Reporting Global, Instagram Reporting Global. If you are watching and you feel like you want to come on and perform art, share your art with us, perform a poem, please message us on our social media. We will get back to you from wherever in the world you are. We would absolutely love to have you on this show. Also, if you want to share poems on and not quite on the show yet, you can join us on our Facebook group, the Collective Community of Free Poetry. That's literally what it's called, the Collective Community of Free Poetry. If you put that in your Facebook search bar, you will find it, or go on our Facebook page because it's there under the groups. I actually have a short little poem that I wrote for World Suicide Prevention Day last year that I would love to share with all of you, just for a little breather. So, going back to whatever gladness our first artist earlier was saying about how, for her, it's been family that's kept her going and communication through social media collective. And then Hannah Padilla earlier was saying that there was a day when she did not want to get out of bed. And then she found out that one of her favorite restaurants was reopening for food delivery, for takeout and whatnot. And that perked her up. And this poem I wrote sort of pertains to that. It's not wrong to stay alive for the next album or song, for the next episode or season. If it matters to you, that's all that matters. It's not wrong to stay alive, to find out if they were roommates all along, to play the game through and beat the final mission, to slay your enemies, to see your farm in full fruition. If it matters to you, that's all that matters. No reason is insignificant if it keeps you going. If it matters to you, that's all that matters. No reason is insignificant if it keeps you going. If it matters to you, that's all that matters. Stay alive. So I wrote that for World Suicide Prevention Day last year because since we're talking about mental health, it is true that it's imperative to reach out to a therapist or a counselor to get help when needed, to open up. But also sometimes for some people, what may seem incredibly trivial is already what they're hanging on to. If you're watching this now and you are in a situation that's not very healthy, you're not in a good place, and the only thing that makes you happy is drinking Coca-Cola, the soda, if the only thing that's keeping you happy is your favorite Korean drama, if the only thing that gets you going is the idea of a McDonald's cheeseburger, that's perfectly valid. All feelings are valid. Friendly reminder from me. But yeah, that's also why We Poetry show this week is as such. Because May is Mental Health Awareness Month and really wanted to be able to open up the conversation and make sure that we are, able to share and let it out, vent and whatnot. Okay, so our next guest is actually somebody I'm really excited about. Because she comes to us all the way from Zimbabwe. So, she is a spoken word artist prevalent in social media. She's currently studying BA Interior Design at Amity University. Ooh, cool. She writes poems inspired by her life experiences, believing that pain creates the best art. When she's not writing or performing poetry, she sings, plays the guitar, bakes, and paints. Her hope is that through her poetry, she is able to encourage others to be themselves. All the way from Zimbabwe, Miss Tendai Mugabe.
Hello.
Hey,
Hi.
well, thank you so much for being on the show.
Sure. Thank you so much for having me.
All right, the stage is yours.
Thank you. So as she said, my name is Tendai and I'm from Zimbabwe. And today I will be presenting 3 of my poems. I will explain each of them before I say them, so you can just understand where I was coming from and what they mean to me. So the first one is called I Feel Ugly. This one is a poem I wrote mainly about the insecurity we feel. It was mainly for females, as girls. It's the insecurity we feel as girls about our physical appearance, how we tend to add on other things and rely on our clothes or our hair or makeup to make us feel good about how we look. And I just think at the end of the day, it should be about feeling beautiful from the inside first and then on the outside. So here it is. I feel ugly. This is what went through my mind as I stared at the reflective court of how do I look called a mirror. Verdict given on this morning was you don't look great, hence you don't feel great. Therefore, sentenced to low self-esteem and 0 self-confidence. I pleaded guilty to self-inflicted pain. My jail time was spent in my own body. I stayed in it long enough to identify every curve I could change, every pound I shouldn't have gained, and every stretch mark I could erase. By my first night in solitude, I could recite my flaws like the national anthem. I felt stuck, so stuck. So I decided if you don't like it, change it. In a world where you can switch body parts like you're changing clothes, what's stopping you? Just check the shelves under be anything but yourself. It's okay. It's not like anyone will miss you. At least everyone will love you, right? I mean, they'll love what they see. Well, as long as it would get me out of the cell, I was locked in. So I did it. I gave up my irreplaceable self for perfection in a world I hadn't realized no one could be perfect. It was a hopeless case, living by the opinion of a billion other minds. Imagine my confusion and disappointment when the judge rejected my plea for bail. I especially thought that my new 8-inch weave and my lipstick would distract him and myself from the fact that I was broken. My soul told tales of teardrops, and he could hear every word. It was crying for attention. It was desperate to heal, desperate for love, desperate for acceptance. Expecting the world to always be on my side was like trying to find a drop of ink in the ocean. I had to water that which was inside of me. It is the roots that support the rest of the tree. Not everyone loves roses, even with their deep red beauty. Who is to say perfection is beauty and the flaw is not? So that is the end of the first one. And in it, I'm just basically saying that we tend to want the world's approval about our beauty, about how we look, or we wait for someone else to tell us we're beautiful before we tell ourselves. And sometimes it's not even about the outside. It's not about how we look on the outside, but sometimes It's the pains, the wounds, the hurts that on the inside that you've been collecting throughout the years. It could have started when you were young, and the baggage that people put on you, and you just keep collecting it and collecting it. And as time goes on, you start to think that the wrong thing is on the outside, but sometimes what you need to fix is on the inside. And sometimes you just need to take time for yourself and heal from whatever you've been through so that you can learn to start loving yourself all over again. Yes. And the second one is called Growing Up. So this is a poem I wrote generally. Well, now I am in university, and I just realized how our perspective of life tends to change from the time we're children and we're growing up. You know, when we're young, we're innocent, and sometimes all we see is goodness because that's all our parents let us see, and we don't know the world as it really is sometimes. And yes, so it's just about changing from becoming a child to becoming a bit older and how we used to see things as when we were children. Okay, so here it goes. A couple of years ago, I was young and clueless. Most of my thoughts were innocent with a tint of foolish, wishing for mutual feelings from boys who never quite knew me, chasing the shadow of socially proclaimed cool things. We would measure with our eyes, keeping an idle state in our mind. Having fake friends in a large number felt great, but fueled loyalty always has an expiry date. Daily comparison of what we saw on the outside, not caring much about what was growing on the inside, not aware of the spirit and mind dwelling in us, that our differences added up made us enough. Growing up at different rates, but being taught to aim for first place, forgetting to tell us why we each ran in our own lane, naturally building up the zest for competition in us, straddling the line that was toxic, threatening to divide us. We desired pretty dresses and admiration, shy giggles at the mention of a girl to boy relation, relationships defined by our WhatsApp inbox, boys sending sweet texts, sending girls into paralyzed shock, butterflies in our stomach as we went to sleep, our soft teddy bears putting us at ease. We wore our dreams on our sleeves, not giving anybody the chance to take them away. We owned who we wanted to be because it seemed as easy as one, two, three. Small as we were, our spirits living giants, defiant if challenged. It's a blessing we made it this far, thanks to our angels from above and those who have shown us nothing but love. Now I can say I am no longer a child. I have left some old ways and mistakes behind. I'm growing in all parts of who I am, conscious as mind, body, and soul. Here I stand. So that is the end of my second one. Yes, I just believe as we grow up, we have to learn from our past, we have to learn from our actions, and we have to take the responsibility of age, and yes, I hope you guys enjoyed that one. And the third one is one that I wrote. It's a poem about love, basically. It's a poem about love and what poetry means to me. When you have someone who means something to you in your life, and you just, to me, one day, I don't know how to explain it as such, but to me, I could see poetry there. My imagination started to run, and whenever I see happiness, usually my poems come from pain, right? Or they come from lessons or mistakes. But this one came from a place of happiness. It came from a place in my life where everything was healing and growing. So here it is. This is poetry is. Poetry to me is the rough feeling of your beard on my fingertips. It's the way it navigates in the maze of my fingerprints. Poetry is the puzzle that our bodies complete when you hold me. It is the silhouette of our love carved into the concrete. It is the peace I found when I met you, the ink that drew strangers together on the same page. It is the fireworks bursting like bullets beneath my rib cage, giving me more life than oxygen itself. Poetry is the echo of your laugh beating on my eardrum, your picturesque smile in the glow of the sun. It is the remedy you have been to my healing, taking away my pain without my permission. You should be arrested for stealing. With no more battle wounds, I give you all of me. They warned me, but they don't see what I see. I give you complete vulnerability, that which is inside of me. The ability to embrace all that one is feeling, accept it, realize its meaning, realizing that your voice, your words give it a chance to be. That is poetry to me. To hurt and to heal, to love and to loathe, to fall and to rise and fight, it all comes together in the circle of life that we are all a part of. And that is the end of my third poem. I'm just trying to say that it is important and it is okay to feel how you feel. And you should not push it down. It's okay to bring it out. I know most people say feelings, they are just hormones in our body, but they have a part to play in who we are and what we do, the choices we make, the places we go. They're part of being alive. So when we express them, put them in words, to me it's magical. When we put them in words and express it, you get to feel what another person's feeling when you read their own words. So that is poetry to me. And yes, I hope you all enjoyed them. That's it from me.
Yeah, that was so heartwarming. I thoroughly enjoyed
Thank you. Thank you so much.
That was fantastic. Thank you so much
Thank
for
you.
sharing that. I really enjoyed the second poem.
A couple years ago.
Yeah.
Yes.
Lovely. How long have you been writing?
Well, I started writing in high school, but I used to write stories. It was more of stories, life stories, and then eventually they started to change into poetry when I started to like literature more.
Oh,
Yes.
that's wonderful.
Thank you so much.
How did you end up studying architecture?
Well, I am interested in drawing portraits in particular, right? In high school, I was studying art, and I've also always had this interest in houses because when I was young, we moved houses a lot, and then I always enjoyed the part where we would go and see houses before we pick one. That's how I got interested in real estate, yes. And so my father always told me that you should combine your passion with your skill, and that should help you pick what you want to study. And I landed on interior design. My art plus my love for interior and houses, and that gave me interior design.
It's amazing.
Yes.
Wonderful. I'm actually really fascinated because what time is it for you?
What time is it? Well, right now, actually, I'm in India right now. So it is 6:30.
Oh wow, my
Yes.
goodness. Thank you
Yeah.
for doing this. I'm so happy. Um do you have anything published? Do you have social media where people can read your work? I think you're on
Yes.
YouTube also, right? You have YouTube.
Yes, I have a YouTube channel called Soul Surgery where I publish my poems, and I also have an Instagram page where I also post some of my words.
Can you can tell everyone where to find you, please?
Yes, sure. Yes, sure. For YouTube, it's Soul Surgery, and my name on Instagram is Baby I'm Not Clay. I can link it down below.
Amazing. Thank you so
Yes.
much. I hope you join us again.
Yes, definitely. I hope so too. I'd love to be part of more of these.
Yes, I will absolutely reach out to you. It's incredible. Absolutely incredible.
Thank you
Thank
so much.
you for sharing your warmth with us. I hope you're doing well with
I am. Thank you. I hope you're doing well too.
nice to see you. Thank you for being on the show.
All right. Thank you.
Bye. Oh, it's Tenny from Zimbabwe in India. Oh, I love when we get new poets on the show. I love when we visit new places through poetry. I think somebody from the team will correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that we've had 80 poets from 15 countries. I should know this, but it's actually really cool to me that we're able to travel to other places. Earlier we were in India, and then we get to travel to other places like Zimbabwe, and later on tonight we're going to travel to other countries, other continents even. So that's always bonus. Always a bonus during the show, witnessing all of this wonderful art. Uh, hold on, what did I say? So we've been doing, this is our 9th episode, and we've had over 100 poets. I'm sorry if I'm over 100 poets from 18 countries and counting. And it always blows my mind that there are so many people all over the world with such warm hearts and such creative minds and such powerful souls with all of these incredible pieces. Tonight alone, we've had so much variety, especially now in this time of COVID-19. It's really great that we all have an outlet or a way to convey our experiences to each other. Again, if you are just tuning in, welcome to Me Poetry. It is our 9th episode, as I said, and we are streaming live from Manila in the Philippines. Although, of course, our poets are from all over. We are talking about mental health tonight because May is Mental Health Awareness Month. And that's why we're sort of giving everybody this reminder to pause and not stop. It's okay to slow down. It's okay to step back, to take a breather, to get some rest. Always, always a nice way to move forward. Instead of just always pushing forward and possibly burning yourself out or running on all cylinders and then doing nothing. Again, I would like to thank our poetry partners, Expat Choice Asia, Tambayan Gastro Bar in Malate, G Hostel Philippines, Dream Wide Awake Coffee, and Pukaberry Cafe. Pukaberry Cafe in Quezon City in the Philippines is open for delivery and takeout, and they have an initiative called Bayanihan PH 2020. They are giving food packs to frontliners, both in the medical and non-medical field. They have given to over a dozen hospitals and several establishments, including recently a big chain grocery. So if you are looking for artisan bread, vegan options, and you are in the Metro Manila area, cheesecake and other pastries, ice drinks, juices, and whatnot. You definitely want to check them out. Facebook.com/Cucumberry Cafe. Again, 30% of purchases will go straight to the Bayanihan PH initiative, which helps support our frontliners. And speaking of frontliners, if you are watching this and you are a frontliner, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. There's so much going on in the world now, and the frontliners are really the core of what's holding us together. Also, since we're talking about mental health tonight, all of the licensed psychiatrists and psychologists who have been reaching out through their own online platforms, all of our nurses, all of our doctors, and the people who work at drugstores. This is where you can buy medicine, especially now when I have friends who suffer more panic attacks than usual. I have friends who are extra triggered, with their depression and their whatnot. It is not an easy time, but we are able to hang in there somehow by sharing our hearts and opening up and being able to build a little collective. Speaking of which, speaking of community, if you are a poet or if you're a writer and you want to share your poems with others from all around the world and build yourself a nice family of sorts, you can join us on our Facebook group. If you go to the We Poetry Global Facebook page, you will get our group, the collective community of We Poetry. I'm sorry. Also, if you just type it into the search bar, the collective community of We Poetry. And if you would rather have something a little more feasible, a little more live and in the moment, we actually also have something that's offline, or at least off air, online but off air. I'm very sorry. Every Thursday via Zoom, we have what is called Beyond. It's basically an online jam session that starts at 7 p.m. Manila time and ends at some point. For as long as there are artists in the room that are willing to share, there are people in the room willing to listen. And so sometimes we end at 3 a.m., 4 a.m. Manila time, which, if I'm not mistaken, is just afternoon in the UK. We've had a lot of friends join us locally and from abroad. We've had folks from the UK, as I mentioned earlier, from the US. And it's not just poetry. If you play an instrument, if you sing a song, even if it's you call those instrumentals you find on YouTube, just want to sing along to that, we have those. Last Brio, we had the privilege of having a magician. Yes, magic is an art form, and he completely blew us away. It was card tricks, coin tricks. Really, if you have, and I'm fairly sure he's going to join us again. So if you want to come to that, please message us on our social media. We've also had we also had somebody share her drawings, her digital art with us. We've had somebody painting a painting during Rio, which was incredible. Anyway, if you want to join that, send us a message and we'll give you more information. Okay, I've been talking for quite a bit, so we're going to move on to our from Tenby, India. We're going to go back to the Philippines again. This next artist is somebody that I've been wanting on the show for a while. He's a very busy man. A filmmaker, writer, and motivational speaker, on top of being a performance poet, he founded an art collective called Titik Poetry in 2015. The collective aims not only to use poetry as a form of entertainment, but a platform for education as well. With this advocacy in mind, and to expand their capacity to reach out to different communities, he initiated Project Sigya in 2018. In order to support all of these passions, he also put up a business called Titik Enterprise in 2019. I am not sure what Sigya means. I'm sure he will explain it to us in a moment. In the meantime, I would like everybody to welcome from the Philippines, Berlin Santos.
Ayan. Hello po. Magandang gabi sa inyo.
Thank you.
Parang wait lang. Yan. Hello po. Magandang gabi po sa inyong lahat. So ako po si Berlin Santos. Ako po ang founder ng grupong Titik Poetry. At maraming salamat po sa pag-invite po sa akin dito sa inyong palatuntunan. Ano po. At ayan. Pakilala ko lang po yung grupo namin. Ang Titik Poetry po ay isang art collective dito sa South, sa Cavite. At ang mantra namin ay hindi lang gawing form of entertainment na pagtutula, kundi isang platform for education. Kaya natuturo kami sa mga schools and also in different organizations and communities about spoken word poetry workshop. And then we started an advocacy group which is called Project Sigya. Sigya means in Filipino it's in English it's inspiration. So Sigya means inspiration. And in 2019 we started a small business called Titik Enterprise. At doon naman yung mga mga racket namin sa labas ng poetry, like wedding coverage, photo video coverage, workshops, printing business, para meron kaming pangsustento sa aming mga artist. At ngayon, dahil sineselebrate natin ng Mental Health Awareness Month, meron akong mga i-share ng mga piyesa galing sa aking libro, na isang maliit na libro, self-published lang, pinamagatang Sigya, mga tula ng pangarap. At ito ay nilabas ko noong 2018. And this is actually my second book. Yung una kong book, ayun, kung makikita nyo sa kisame, yan sa ceiling, yan, nakasabit siya. Yan. At itong background ko, ito ang aming munting opisina. Yan. Meron kaming maliit na opisina para mukhang professional. Anyways, to start, itong aking unang piece ay pinamagatang Nagsimula Ako sa Wala. And this is the story of my my faith. Dati kasi isa akong atheist, parang galing sa strict na Catholic, then naghanap ng mas malapit na sagot sa mga tanong ko about sa Diyos, about sa spirituality, about sa religion. And ito yung mga madalas kong naiisip nung mga panahon na yon, nung hinahanap ko yung Diyos, nung pakiramdam ko mas mataas yung learning ko kaysa dun sa kung anong nababasa ko sa Bible. At itong piece na ito ay kwento ng aking pananampalataya sa Panginoon. At sana magustuhan ng ating mga tagapakinig. Yan. Game. Babasahin ko na lang. Sino nga bang nagsilang sa universo? Yan ang tanong ng karamihan. Ang sabi dahil sa mga batong nagbanggaan, nagkalat sa kalawakan, argumentong saan ang galing ang bato o kanino nagmula. Meron bang nalilikha na nanggagaling sa wala? Marami pa akong tanong. Di sapat ikahon sa mga saknong mga misteryo di may paliwanag sa mahabang panahon, pero kung may isang bagay ako natutuhan sa aking obserbasyon na sa kada magkakaibang sagot ay may nakatago na leksyon, kaya nagsiyasat pa ako. Parang tupang nakawala sa hanay. Naging marupok na kahoy na binahaya ng anay, tinupok ng apoy ang itinayo kong bahay. Tsaka ko lang naisip hawakan ng uling pagkatapos kong maghugas kamay, kaya bumalik ako ulit kung saan ako nanggaling. Alam kong malayo na rin ang aking narating sa mga pinagdaanan kong sakit at mga inakay kong pasanin. Natagpuan ko lang ang lunas nung bumalik ako. Kung saan ako nanggaling, sumilong ako sa pag-ibig ng Diyos na aking nakilala, ginawang tahanan ng pusong walang pinipiling bisita. Inalok ako ng tubig, tinapay, at ng malambot na kama para lang magpahinga sa mga bisig niya. Binulag ako ng tukso. Ako yung naging paralisado, narumihan aking dugo. Di ako mabuting Samaritano, nagkaroon ng karamdamang di mapagaling ng kahit na sinong tao. Pero pinatunayan mong kaya mong buuin ang mistulang basag na baso. Pinakain mo ang marami. Pinakalma mo ang panahon. Inakay mo ang makasalanan, di mo tinawag na ampon. Tinuruan mo kung paano manalangin tuwing may kailangan. At sinabi mo ang anak ng Diyos, may kakayahang magpatawad ng kasalanan, sadyang napakabuti mong guro. Sana'y nakadaupang palad ka ng isang kapuspalad na gaya ko. Ipinakita mong kayang baguhin ang mundo sa pamamagitan ng mustasang inasik sa lupa ang buto. Mga aral na ipinalaganap sa pamamagitan ng mga parabola at kwento. Mga lihim na para sa iyo. Hindi isang sikreto, tinuruan mo kung manatiling nakatapak ang mga paa sa batuhan. Minsan akong babatuhin, pero ang sinabi mo magpakababa ka lang, ang bato na kasusugat. Pero imbis na itapon pabalik, ay piliing damputin. Ipunin ang lahat ng piraso at bumuo ng pananggakong dingding. Pinagtibay ako ng iyong salita. Ikaw ang verbo, ikaw ang buhay. Ikaw ang may katha. Ikaw ang dahilan sa lahat ng sukat at tugma. Dahil alam kong hindi ka gumagawa ng bagay na di mahalaga, kaya di ako takot mawalan. Dahil alam kong doon lang ako magkakaroon. Kaya kung paano bigyang liwanag ang madilim na dimensyon, ang buhay ko na misang mistulak isang mahabang posisyon. Ikaw ang nagkulay sa nilalakaran kong misyon. Limitado lang ako. Di kaya gumawa ng himala, gawing alak ang tubig siguro, at saka na kapag kaya ko na tumawid sa tubig, nang di nababasa, kapag kaya ko na lumakad sa tubig, nang nakapaa, nang hindi ako nalulunod, kapag itunupi ko na ang tuhod, gumapang sa lupa, pagbistulang isang uod, ito ang buod ng aking istorya, kung saan ang alikabok ay laging babalik sa lupa, hahalik ng pusa, tinagapong tao lang ako na iyong nilikha. Kaya tanggapin mo rin sana ang templong mas madalas pa sa minsan kung magkaiba man. Pero iyong kawangis. Ikaw ang nagdisenyo at naghulma ng hugis. Kaya nga siguro tunay kang karpentero nung ikaw ay bumaba. Dahil sa umpisa pa lang, ikaw na ang siyang lumikha. Akala na mabubura ka pagkatapos ka nilang magapi. Akala na sa pagpako doon sila nagwagi. Hindi nila alam na mas pinaganda nila ang isang pagkakamali dahil sa iyong pag-alis. Doon ka mas lalo na natili. Sino nga ba ako pagkatapos ng araw? Yung taong isinilang o yung taong papanaw? Sino na nga bang nakatanong sa atin sa dulo ng bahaghari, papunta sa kaharian, na nag-iisang hari? Marami pa rin akong tanong na di mabigyan ng sagot. Marami pa rin sanga ang nanatiling baluktot, pero sa tanong kung paano nagsimula ang mundo, sa teorya ng siyensya nakabalot, kung alam ko na kung sinong dahilan ng malakas na pagsalpok. Bukas magtatanong ulit ako na may kasamang pananampalataya. Ipaano to sa isda o sa ibon ipadadala. Aantayin ko ang pagbalik ng sobrang sa aking magpapaalala. Sa akong dating alipin na ngayon ay nakalaya. At yun ang aking unang piyesa na pinamagatang nagsimula ako sa wala. At yun ay ilan sa mga madalas kong tinatanong noon sa Diyos kapag naliligaw ako o pakiramdam ko mas marami na akong alam dahil sa mga nababasa ko, pero may hiwaga sa likod ng mga bagay na hindi natin maunawaan, at yun ay dahil sa tao lang tayo. At kung meron tayong dapat na kapitan kapag sa panahon ng mga nilalamon tayo ng madidilim nating yugto sa buhay, lagi pa rin tayong sasangguni, lagi pa rin tayong hahanap ng espasyo sa piling ng Diyos. Ayun. At doon ako kumakapit kapagka nandun ako sa mga panahon na madilim at hindi ko alam kung saan ako pupunta. Sinusumpungan natin ang pag-ibig ng Diyos sa kahit saang panahon ng ating buhay. At ayun, sana po nagustuhan po ninyo. At painom muna ng tubig. Yan. Naku, maraming salamat po sa pag-invite sa akin dito. Sobrang nakakatuwa po at napakaganda po nitong programa po na ginagawa ninyo. Ano po, na napagsasama-sama niyo yung mga poet sa iba't ibang panig ng mundo. At itong next na piece ko, yan, bago ko simulan, gusto ko lang i-share to sa inyong t-shirt ko para naka-flip lang siya rito. Pero nakalagay diyan, naniniwala sa kakayahan ng pangarap ako. At yun ang bit-bit namin lagi sa Titik Poetry. Lagi kong iintindi sa mga kasama ko na meron kaming lahat. Merong pangarap ang bawat isa at lahat ng pangarap na iyon ay ang pundasyon namin kung ba't kami nananatiling matatag sa aming grupo. At nais namin na lahat ng pangarap namin ay mag-sync at ang katuparan ng isang pangarap ay katuparan para sa aming lahat. Gano'n namin yung tinitingnan. Pag may natutupad na pangarap yung isa namin kasama, lagi namin tinitingnan na yun ay kaparte rin ng pangarap namin. Kaya kapag may mga celebration o may mga success, kasama ang buong pamilya ng Titik doon. At ito yung lagi namin binibitbit kasi sa Titik Poetry, maliban dun sa magturo at mag-educate ng tao about spoken word, naniniwala kami na yung instrumentong ginagamit natin para magbigay buhay sa ibang tao, ito rin yung parehas ng instrumentong kayang pumunit ng laman. At hangga't maaari, kapag may pagkakataon kami makapagturo sa mga tao, makapag-perform sa mga tao, ang pinaka-importante para sa amin ay makapag-inspire or give someone something to take home. Ganun paragi ang gusto namin ma-feel nila pag nasa stage kami na pagka-uwi nila meron silang pagninalayan, magkaroon sila ng self-realization kung hindi man mangyari yun sa isang gabi, mabitbit nila sa isang buong linggo o sa isang buong buwan o sa lifetime nila. At yun ang pinaka-prize para sa amin. At dito sa pangalawang piyesa, ang pamagat naman nito ay seryosong usapan. At ito ay lagi sinasabi ng mga tao, lagi akong sinasabihan minsan, hanggang kailan daw ba ako magtutula, kaya hanggang kailan ko daw 'to gagawin, wala namang yumayaman sa ganito. At yan. Ito yung mga na-realize ko nun. Ang pamagat nito, seryosong usapan. Di ka perpekto. Dapat tanggap mo yun. Kung pakiramdam mo kulang ka, kaninong kasalanan yun? Kasalanan ba maging kulang? Paano ba maging sapat? Natuto tayong bumilang pero di tayo tinuruan kung paano magsukat. Marami sa atin sa panahon ngayon palagi naaatat. Pakiramdam di umuusad kaya palagi nasisibak sa trabaho o kung minsan tinatamad sa eskwela. Ang tanong ko lang naman, ano ba talagang plano mo sa iyong karera? Kumikita ka ng pera, nakakahit sa trabaho, ginagastos ang buhay para sa mga gamit na magarabog, inuubos ang buhay sa mga bagay na limitado o hindi naman nadadala sa hukay lahat ng ginawa ng tao. Kaya kapag nakalalampas, di na marunong lumingon. Di mo alam sa isa't mata pwede magbago ang direksyon ng tinatahak mong landas. Kahit pikit mata mong lakarin, manghula sa daan. Kapag napakusot ka ng mata, may pilikmatang dadapo sa lupa at ngayon alam mo na lahat ng meron ka ay posibleng mawala. Kagaya ng kapirasong buhok na inanod na ng alikabok. Sa susunod na pagkusot mo, baka wala nang kasunod. Mahirap pa wala ng oras. Mahirap din ibalik. Walang bawian kapag sabi mong hindi na ako babalik, ang akala lang natin di tayo nakakapag-iwan ng marka. Kung minsan nga, nagiging lamat at sumisira pa. Ang problema kasi minsan, hindi natin makita na tayo ang problema. Gusto isinisisi sa ibang taong kaninong duraang may plema nagmamalinis. Kahit tayo ang nagdumi sa lamesa pero mas mabilis pa sa 4:00 kapag kumuha ng ideya ang lawak ng iyong hawla. Hindi ka malaya. Wala kang kawala kahit hindi ka maniwala, pakiramdam mo lang buhay ka. Pero walang buhay ang buhay mo. Kung sigurado kang buhay ka, ano nga bang layon mo? Ang bukas ay ang hinaharap. Di ka pwedeng tumalikod at magpanggap. Ang taong umiiwas, di umuusad. Di nakahakbang paabante, di umaatras. Di ka gumagalaw, di ka nag-aanting ng bukas. Marami kang pwedeng gawin. Kaysa gumawa ng sariling piita, huwag mong pagkaita ng sarili ng pakpak na pwede kang bigyan ng pagkakataon lumipad. Magpakalayo sa nakasanayan. Sanayin ang sariling mawala sa kawalan, hindi yaman sa pera o di yaman sa karanasan. Yaman sa kwento, yaman sa kaalaman, yamang di nabibili, yamang di nababayaran, yamang di na isasama sa libingan. Konseptong ipinamudmod, ibinabahagi sa iba. Gusto ko lang malaman mo na hindi ito pagkukumpara. Hindi ako galit sa pera. Galit ako sa ideya na lahat ng bagay kikilos lang kapag hinuhulugan ng barya. Pero hanggang doon na nga lang ba? Baka pwedeng mangarap ka pa. Huwag kang panghihinaan o pangungunahan ng kaba. Kung di ka pa kumikilos, baka nasa unang baitang ka pa lang at walang taong nanalong at walang nananalo sa di sumemplang sa paligsahang nagpapigil sa hadlang kaya seryosong usapan. Mangarap pa ng matayog. Piliin mo maging pruweba ng isang tao hindi lang nabuhay para maging reserba. Hindi ka lang yung medyo. Hindi ka lang yung baka pwede na. Baka nga ikaw pa yung remedyo sa pumupugak na makina o mo limitahan ng sarili kahit na ikaw ay limitado. Ang layo ng narating ay wala sa kilometro, walang timbangan ng tropeyo pero may hangganan ng kwaderno hanggang sa ano ba kayang isulat. Ang iyong mga kwento kung sa tingin mo pera ang makakapagpasaya sa'yo, habulin mo. Kung sa tingin mo naman ay mataas sa posisyon o magandang titulo, abutin mo. Kung mga material na bagay ang susustento sa di mo pagiging kontento, maghangad ka pa. Basta ipangako mo lang. Sa susunod, magkikita tayong dalawa. Kapag tinanong kita kung kamusta ka, sana masagot mo ako ng ako ay malaya. At ayun po ang aking pangalawang piyesa na pinamagatang seryosong usapan. At bilang pang wakas na piyesa, gusto kong basahin to. Hindi na ako nag-perform ng tawag dito, ng kabisado. Yan. Gusto ko na lang silang basahin. Ngayon ko lang ulit to na buklat. Kaya ito na lang yung gusto kong ibahagi sa inyo. At ang panghuli kong piyesa ay pinamagatang Tala Arawan. Ito yung pinakamahaba kong piyesa na pinakamahabang panahon ng proseso ng pagsusulat kasi natapos ko to sa loob ng 6 na buwan. Lahat ng aral, bago ko to naisalin sa papel. At ang pamagat ito ay Tala Arawan. Bago ko to pina-perform sa stage kasi may music to nakasama. Bago ko to pina-perform sa stage, pinapatay ko lahat ng ilaw sa venue, tapos pinabubukas ko yung flashlights ng mga phones nila para ma-feel nila yung parang universe, parang galaxy vibe, ganyan. Parang mga stars, ganyan. At ang pamagat nito ay Tala Arawan. Yan. Yan. Ayon sa pag-aaral, ang bituin, habang papalamig na papalamig, mas lalo napapalapit sa kanyang katapusan. Nalaman ko ito no ako'y bata pa lamang. Mahilig akong tumingala para pagmasdan ang bawat pagkutitap nito at hanapin ang mga pamilyar na forma na parang ako'y naglalaro kaya hanggang ngayon, may hiwagaan pa rin ako. So kung paano ito nabubuo at namamatay, doon ko lang naunawaan at sabi nga ng isang pilosopo, hindi pala kamatayan ang pinakamalaking kawalan sa buhay. Ang pinakamalaking kawalan na yung mga bagay na namatay sa loob natin habang tayo nabubuhay. Kaya lagi mong iisipin, hindi palaging patag ang daan. Minsan gagaspangin ka, ilang bote ang patutumbahin na talagang lalasingin ka pero sa bawat alak na iinumin ay may ubas na pipitasin. Mas sumasarap ang bawat bukas ko, ang bawat bukas ay titingnan na may tamang pagtingin. Ganyan talaga. Kailangan humiga sa semento. Ang ginhawa inatatagpuan sa pangarap na konkreto, higit pa ito sa isang pagsusulit na maglalaro lang sa bagsak at pasado. Kaya sulitin mo o kaya ulitin mo kung nangangailangan pa ng dagdag na panahon. Ang pangarap ay isang gusali ng pinagpatong-patong na kahon, pundasyon ay tumitibay kung may kalakip na determinasyon at alam mong di guguho ang pader kahit padaanan ng pison. Hayaan mo ang mga batikos na sayo ay kumahol. Patunayan mo na laging mas maugong ang tambol. Tipahin mo ang bawat kwerdas, hipa mo ang bawat butas, bumuo ka ng isang konsyertong aawit sa iyong mga naipamalas kasi malakas ka. Pero tanggapin mo rin na minsan ka naging mahina. Basta't lagi mong tatandaan na sa katahimikan mas naririnig ang tibok ng isang pusong mandirigma. Huwag kang magtapon ng oras dahil patuloy ito sa pagtakbo. Hindi mo kailangan habulin ng lahat. Huwag lang kami na hindi nahihinto. Marami nang naiwan, nawala, naligaw sa kada minutong lilipas. Bumabagal lang sa pag-ikot ang mundo kapag sinusubukan mong tumakas. Hindi mo kailangan bumitiw. Hindi mo kailangan masaktan pag sinabihan ang baliw, hindi baliw. Ang isang tao nag-iisip ng malaya, hindi baliw ang isang tao mas pinili ang lumaya. Kaya huwag kang magpagapos o di kayo magpabiyag sa rehas. Hindi porket hindi ka lumalabas, ay palaging ang ligtas. Maraming nakukulong sa maling paghahangad na para lang makalaya sa mundo, kailangan mong lumabas sa realidad. Kaya simulan mo nang hawiin ang kortina. Ikaw ang pangulo, ikaw ang hari. Ipakita mo kung gaano ka kalakas, ikaw ang dilubyo, ikaw ang buhawi. Walang talampas na matarik kasi hindi mo kaya akyatin, walang lalampas ang hamong di mo kayang harapin. Kahit talampakan ay madurog para ikaw ay maantala, tatalasan lalo ang pag-iisip pati na ang pandama. Huwag laging talak sa talakayan. Hanapin ang tala sa talastasan. Paano ihahanay isang gaya mo sa talahan na yan kung pag-iisip ay inaanay lang naman talagang bubulang ng hidwaan at alitan ko ang bawat tala sa salita. Imalipangat, huwag ka nang tumulad sa iba na mahilig mang duro ng pagkatao. Ikaw ang tumurog sa konsepto magpapahamak sa mga tao, hindi ka bayani. May estatwang tanso o sementadong rebulto pero ikaw ang maging guro. Sa sarili mong mga turo kaya magpahinga kung kailangan. Para namnamin ng bawat segundo. Paano itatala ang isang talang kagaya mo kung ikaw mismo hindi nagiging haraw sa sarili mong trono? Araw-araw kang didilat, dadalaw ang pagsikat, aapaw ang tubig hanggang sa hindi mo na maangat pero ikaw ay aangat. Uusbong at mamumunga. Mula sa itsura ng prutas makikita ang lasa dahil minsan kung sino ang mukhang masarap, sila pa ang lasang basura. Lagi mong isipin isa kang bulak na kaya magpahilom ng sugat. O isa kang bulaklak na itananim sa mga ulap, na isa kang bulalakaw na kahit ang mundo ay kaya mong itulak. Kaya sa susunod, matatanong mo yung sarili mo kung ba't ginawa ng Diyos ang araw, ang mga kometa, ang buwan, ang mga planeta. Ito rin ang sagot sa tanong kung bakit ka nandito. Lahat ng bagay ay may kanya-kanyang papel. Kaya sulat mo lagi ang sayo. Kaya sa tuwing naliligaw, di mo kailangan dumungo sa bintana. Iharap mo ang sarili sa salamin na sa refleksyon mo makikita na ikaw ay isang tala na inukit ng Diyos sa kalangitan. At maswerte ka dahil kabisado niya ang bawat letra sa iyong pangalan. Buhay mo isang tala arawan. Nasa iyong bawat kwento ng bawat pagkabangon at pagkadapa. At sa itong pagkakataon para tumayo at magsimula. Dahil sa kada pahina ng ating sinusulatan, doon niya mas lalo lumalakas. Pakaparin mo ang karanasan habang numinipis ang oras dahil wala namang bituin ang hindi nagdingning sa kada araw na kanyang itatala. Dahil ikaw ang tala at ikaw rin ang araw sa dilim. Dahil ang taong takot sa kamatayan, takot na buhay. At yun po ang aking huling piyesa. Pakiramdam ko lumagpas ako sa oras. Ayan. And hello Lakan. Ayan, hello po sa inyo. At maraming salamat po sa pagkakataon na pinahiram niyo sa akin. At promote ko lang, like yung page namin, Tipik Poetry, Project Sikya, Tipik Enterprise. Tapos subscribe kayo sa channel ko, Berlin Santos, sa YouTube. At yung Facebook page ko na Berlin Santos. Nagsimula tayong gumawa ng mga vlogs about mga motivational content, inspirational content at mga tanong natin sa buhay. Doon natin sasagutin. At ayun po, maraming salamat sa inyo. Sana nakapagbahagi ako ng sigya. Thank you.
Berlin.
Hello po.
Berlin, ang galing, Berlin.
Ay, nako, salamat po.
Thank you. Thank you so much for being here, for doing that. How have you been with this pandemic? How has your mental health been holding up naman? Where are you? You're in Cavite, right?
Yes po. Apo, nasa Cavite po.
How have you been? How's your mental health holding up?
Nung mga unang part ng pandemic, madalas akong sipahin ng anxiety kasi ako ako yung taong laging sanay sa labas. I mean, lumalabas. Gusto ko may ginagawa talaga palagi. ng mga unang panahon, mga unang part ng pandemic, medyo sinisipa ako ng anxiety kasi ah, masyadong masyadong toxic yung social media para sa akin. Madali akong maapektuhan ng negative na ano, ng mga thoughts kapag nakita ko ng mga negative na bagay sa social media. Pero nung ano naman, basa ng Bible, nakahanap ako ng systematic na way kung paano makapag-cope up, tsaka ginawa kong productive yung sarili ko, sali sa mga journal, sa mga contest. At ayun, yun yung ginagawa ko. Ngayon okey naman ako. Mas gusto natin makapag-inspire sa mga tao kaya dapat, tayo yung huling taong makakaranas dapat ng anxiety o ng depression para hindi tayo tumigil makapang-inspire ng mga tao.
Well, you certainly inspired me tonight, Berlin. You're always new. Getting to watch you is always a treat. Thank you for joining us tonight. I hope you come
Salamat ng
back.
marami.
I hope we can have you back again sometime.
Oo, sure po. Sana maulit pa 'to ng maraming beses tsaka sana ma-feature yung mga ka-group ko para ano, masaya rin sila.
Absolutely. I will message you, Berlin.
Sure. Okey po.
Have a good evening. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much po sa lahat ng mga viewers natin at mga kasama nating poets at sa nag-organize nito. Thank you so much po.
Right. Thank you. So from Cavite in the Philippines, that was Berlin Santos. That was lovely. Absolutely lovely. It was the nice kind of intensity. And I like that he talked about how, as artists, a lot of us are used to events all the time, going out all the time, especially someone like Berlin who is often leading the charge in their area in Cavite and spreading positivity. And Berlin does other things, like I said earlier. Also a filmmaker, the writer. Well, from one part of the Philippines to another, our next performer is also a multifaceted person. I'm very excited to experience his art. He is a Southie. He is a Manila-based visual artist, musician, songwriter, and explorer from the South. Writing from personal experiences, he shares the duality of life from light to dark. First time on Me Poetry, I'd like to welcome Alfred Jasper.
Hello.
Hi, Alfred. Thanks for joining us.
Hello. Thank you for inviting me.
All right. Stage is yours.
Okay. My first poem, I just wrote this a few days ago since they invited me. It doesn't have a title yet, but I'm gonna give it a title right now. I'll call it Locked. How does it feel to be trapped? How would you react? Panic and anxiety rises up. The feeling of helplessness screams from your chest until your whole body is filled with so much anger, screaming for help. Please, please, please. Can anybody hear me? Punching and kicking until I broke myself out. That was me when I was 7. I did break out of the cabinet I was locked in, but I never really broke out of the fear it instilled in me. 20 years has passed, and I'm still that kid inside the locked cabinet, screaming and kicking for help, seeking for love and attention, to be understood that I do not deserve to be locked in or out. How would you feel if you were trapped or locked out of someone you truly care for? Would you act the same way? Would you feel so helpless that you would destroy anything that comes your way? I am not a monster, but I do have them in me. And if I do lash out, no, it's not who I am, but who I was trying to escape. So that first poem that I wrote is inspired by, of course, being locked in right now because of the pandemic, and it's one thing. Also, I also have anxiety. So for somebody who is a social being, it's been like 2 months now. It's been harder for me to cope. So that's why I wrote that. My next poem is about letting go. I wrote this also just a few days ago, and I'll start from now. Hundreds of books around teaching the art of letting go. But how does one truly know what it takes to fully let go? Letting go of traumatic experiences that no longer serves you. Letting go of hate that will eventually eat you whole. Letting go of your ego as it will shove away the ones telling you the truth. Letting go of love that was lost and can never be rekindled. How can you let go of something that was so beautiful? Accepting of what was lost and what could have been can set you free from your worries and pain it brings. So hope for a better chapter. Write the lines that would bring you joy and closer to your true self. Because by letting go, you gain more chances of what can possibly be and truly be the authentic and best version of you. So yeah. The next poem that I would read to you guys, this is actually a song that my first release song on Spotify. It's called Abuelo, but right now I am going to read it to you guys as a poem. Okay. As smooth as the river flows, it crushes, it cuts the hardest stones. You're tougher than life, you just don't know. Smile freely, breathe deeply, have faith and love completely. Hardships we face when loved ones go. The feelings we hide, we need to show. It's beneath me, it's beneath me. I know life ain't easy. It is often unfair. When you feel so broken, only love can repair. Be fine, be fair. Love life, repair. Find the values we live by or our goals ahead. There must be a reason why we're changing again. And pain is a feeling that paints us pictures from within. Having faith that rebuilds us, having friends who care. I know life ain't easy. It is often unfair. As our life goes on us, know that love can repair. Be fine, be fair. Love life, repair. I wrote this song. Um, I wrote this song. Has it been more than a year ago? After my grandfather has passed, I felt I felt really down, and I didn't know where to start to pick myself up. So the song is called Abuelo. You can check it out on Spotify and on YouTube also. And here I go with my last one. I know this is a poetry, but I will sing it to you guys if it's okay. This is my latest song that I released. It is called. This is called Abuelo. Oh no. This is called Soul Thief. Soul Thief. Say my soul, so far away, away. I can't stay real long. I need to get away. Oh, take my soul, so far away, away. I can't stay real long. I need to get away. Hello? Ano ba tinatawag-tawag mo? Di ba klaro? Tagal-tagal na natin pinag-uusapan. Paulit-ulit. Oh, take my soul, take my soul far away, away, away. Well, I can't stay around alone. I need to get away. Go take my soul far away, away, away. I can't stay around alone. I need to get away. To all the memories that we share, oh, falling in one bliss. Believe that it's over, we moved on, but what's this? Girl, I know that we really care more than we admit. Holding on to what's left us, then moving on to that's it. Oh, I'm moving on to that's it. Oh, I'm moving on to that's it. Oh, I'm moving on and I'm moving on and I'm moving on to that's it. Take my soul far away, away, away. I can't stay around alone. I need to get away. Oh, take my soul far away, away, away. I can't stay around alone. I need to get away. Thank you. Thank you. That was my last piece. Sorry if it was a bit short.
Gosh, Alfred Jasper?
Yes, Alfred Jasper.
It's Alfred Jasper. Alfred Jasper. That was incredible, dude.
Thank you.
Like, I love how it went from poem, jukebox poetry, song. That was an entire show in 15 minutes. How long have you been doing the performance thing?
I've always been in love with music, but it took me a while for me to accept that I'm an artist, that I actually like doing it and I like to pursue it. So almost 2 years now. I released my first song 2 years ago, just on SoundCloud, and just last year for Spotify.
What came first for you, the music or the writing? Because it sounds to me like you've been writing for quite some time.
Yeah, writing was my first love. I think I started really young, like
Oh,
10 years old. I've been writing poems. I got in love really early, so I wrote love poetry.
yeah. You gotta express yourself, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then it turned into that last song was lovely.
Thank you very much.
Very relatable.
You can check it out on Spotify. It's my latest song, actually.
Sure. Oh, absolutely. Yes, absolutely. So since we're talking about mental health tonight, although you already touched on it earlier, how have you been during this pandemic? It's hard, no? You can't go out, you can't.
Yeah, I feel everybody's having a hard time right now, and especially those who do have mental illnesses like anxiety, um, my bipolar, major depression. People who are dealing with mental illnesses right now, it's really hard. I wonder how they cope, or how they get to see their doctors, or how they get their prescriptions. It's hard right now. You have to go online, and it's harder.
Yes. And how have you been coping?
I've been coping by keeping myself busy, trying to join as much art competitions, like photo competitions. I've been writing poetry and songs. Try to make new ones.
Just turning to the art.
Immerse yourself in the art, because that's the only place we can go right now.
I agree completely. So that last song of yours is on Spotify now. Do you have any other social media platforms you want to share?
Oh yes, of course. You can follow me on uh, Spotify, Facebook, and Instagram, and on YouTube also as Alfred Jasper or Alfred Jasper Sound.
Right. Thank you so much for being here. I hope that this isn't your last time. I hope we have you on again.
I hope that too. I really appreciate for this invite. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Incredibly wonderful. That was a treat.
Yeah.
I hope you have a good rest of your evening, and I hope you are safe over there in the south.
Yeah. Thank you.
And we're good over here in the north. You're over there in the south.
I wish you guys well also.
Good evening. Thank you so much. Bye.
Thank you. Bye bye.
So from the south, that was Alfred Jasper. You can check him out, like he said, on Spotify and other social media platforms. Our next guest is somebody that I have been very excited to have on the show. We were actually supposed to have her on before, but she ran into some technical issues. And I'm so glad I'm hosting tonight's show because then I get to introduce all of you to this wonderful person. She is an independent singer-songwriter dubbed as the master storyteller based here in the Philippines. Captivating her audiences with a complete musical experience, she takes them for a ride with her infectious songcrafting in the studio and her soulful swagger on stage. This girl has a lot of swag. Her songs, combined with her vocal prowess and sultry sassiness, move crowds everywhere. She has been nominated for Wish Awards and was on season 2 of The Voice Philippines under the tutelage of OPM icon Bamboo. Me Poetry Global audience, I give you the incredible Miss Ramon. Hi. Hi. Ooh, can't hear you. I'm not sure why. I can see you very clearly. I cannot hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, there you go.
Yay!
Thank you for being here. I'm so happy you're here. I will talk to you later. The stage is yours.
Okay. Hi, my name is Miss Ramon, and I am a singer-songwriter. I try. So I'm gonna be playing some songs for you guys today, and then I'll be proceeding to reading a poem, actually a song I wrote 2016. But let me start with some songs that I wrote in 2018. Indigo said that I'm a storyteller, so I'm gonna start with something that I am sure everyone is familiar with. Magtatagalog na po ako. Ang kanta pong ito ay isa sa aking mga unang nirelease bilang isang artist. Ang title po niya ay Wasak. Indigo, please tell me if you can hear this. I hope you can. Here it is. Pagmamahal hinahanap ng mga tao sa buong daigdig. Naniwala na tiwala baka sakaling tama ang tibok at tindig. Di akala kaya mo akong tingnan, nakahandog sa isang sahig. Oh, sino ba ang tama? Sino ba ang misala? Di ko na maalala. Bulag na sa'king luha. Sa piling mo iyak tawa. Hirap na may ginhawa. Di mo na ako marinig. Hawak mo aking leeg. Oh, wasak na wasak. Pero balik pa rin sa'yo. Basag na basag ang puso, pero tibok nito'y para sa'yo.
Di ko kayang lumaban kung ako na lang ang naiwan. Sa himig ng iyong lambing, ako'y nahihimbing at lumulutang. Nakikinig sa iyong pag-amin ng iyong damdaming pang walang hanggan. Naniwala at tiwala sa mga bulaklakin mong pananalita. Mga pangako mong nasira, mga linya mong paasa, saan ako pupunta? Oh, sino ba ang tama? Sino ba ang misala? Di ko na maalala. Bulag na sa'king luha, sa piling mo iyak tawa. Hirap na may ginhawa, di mo na ako marinig. Hawak mo aking leeg, wasak na wasak. Pero baliw pa rin sa'yo, basag na basag ang puso. Pero tibok nito'y para sa'yo. Di kayang lumaban kung ako na lang ang naiwan. Di ko man kainsahan, di ako lalaban. I-upload, hindi na lang na patawad. Pero baliw pa rin sa'yo, basag na basag ang puso. Pero tibok nito'y para sa'yo. Kayang lumaban kung ako na lang naiwan.
That is wasak. Kasi doon talaga nagsastart alam mo yun. Kapag nagmamahal ka, tapos nasasaktan ka, dadating talaga sa point na mararamdaman mo na wasak ka pero baliw ka pa rin sa kanya. Alam mo yun? Tapos, dahil doon, ang susunod mong mararamdaman is ito. I love this song. I wrote this in 2018. Para sa lahat ng mga tao na ang alam lang natin is hindi natin alam.
Di may paliwanag na kirot sa aking dibdib. Hindi ko na alam, di na ako mapakali. Baka magkamali na naman, o baka mag-ulit lang ko ulit na paulit-ulit. Pero ang tibok may kutob, gusto ko lang namang manghingin ng iyong payo. Oh, kaibigan ko, nagmahal na naman kasi ako. Siya ang regalo ng langit sa akin. Siya ang puyat sa tuwing ako'y umagahin. Siya ang bituin sa aking buwan, dibdib niyang aking unan. Di ko alam. Di ko alam. Hindi ko alam. Siyang hindi ko na alam. Ang aking di ko rin alam. Di ko alam. sa aking dibdib, siyang sabit sa aking higbi, siyang panaginip ko, siyang ulan sa aking pisngi, siyang lunas at ang sanhi, siyang inibig ko. Di ko alam, hindi ko alam, siyang hindi ko na alam, ang aking di ko rin alam, di ko alam. Di ko alam kung saan ako mag-uumpisa, kung sa dulo ba dun sa simula, kung kwento ba ng pag-ibig o reklamo na umibig, di ko alam. Di ko alam, hindi ko alam, siyang hindi ko na alam, ang aking di ko rin alam, di ko alam, hindi ko alam, hindi ko alam, siyang hindi ko na alam, ang aking di ko rin alam, di ko alam. Di maipaliwanag na kirot sa aking dibdib. Whew. That song is called Di Ko Alam. And I wrote it during a time na hindi ko talaga alam. Alam mo yon, yung sa sobrang wasak mo, ang alam mo lang is hindi mo alam. Alam mong masakit, alam mo na dapat hindi na mangyari, dapat wag ka nang bumalik, dapat hindi mo na siya nami-miss, dapat okay ka na. Pero oh my God, hindi mo lang talaga alam. You know what I mean? And so, since I'm fast forwarding this, I only have 20 minutes to tell you a story. I'm going to give you a song that I wrote 2019, end of 2019, kasi sabi ko, oh my goodness, the whole of 2018 hanggang whole of 2019, puro na lang masakit yung nararamdaman ko. Puro na lang aray. So I said, by 2020, which is this year, sabi ko, gusto ko mag-gig na ito yung kinakanta ko. Gusto ko mag-gig na ito yung sasabihin ko sa mga tao. Ito yung New Year's resolution ko. So I would like to give you guys my song, which is called Okay. Here we go. Mga ilang paumanin, mga ilang hindi nagkakaway ang pinanghawakan hanggang sa malinaw ako'y natauhan. Kailangan kang iwanan, kailangan kang bitiwan. Ngunit hindi naging madali, sinubukan ngunit hindi ko maikabli. Anong malila sa ating mga sandali? Kailan kaya masasabing okay na sa'kin na wala na? Okay na sa'king umalis ka na. Okay na sa'king di na kaya. Hindi na ako aasa. Okay na sa'kin na hindi na ako ang iyong kasama. Pag sinabi mong mahal, mahal kita, aking nakalimutan sa aking kalungkutan na aking mahalin at tanggapin ang sarili ko. Hindi ko na mabilang ang mga pagkukulang ko sa nakatingin sa aking salamin ng pag-ibig ko. Kaya kahit di pa rin madali ang lumaban, kahit hindi na makangiti, kailangan ko na magmadali. Kailangan ko na masabing okay na sa'kin na wala na. Okay na sa'king umalis ka na. Okay na sa'king di na kaya. Hindi na ako aasa. Okay na sa'kin na hindi na ako ang iyong kasama. Pag sinabi mong mahal, mahal kita. Mga tamang pagkakamali ang bumuhay sa puso sa winong hindi na masabi kung bakit marami yung oras na laging gabi. At di na kailangang gantihan, di na kailangang plastikan. Mahal ka pa rin, ngunit tama na rin na ikaw ay aking pagsabihan. Okay na sa'kin na wala na. Okay na sa'king umalis ka na. Okay na sa'king di na kaya. Hindi na ako aasa. Okay na sa'kin na hindi na ako ang iyong kasama. Pag sinabi mo mahal, mahal kita. Okay na sa'kin na wala na. Okay na sa'king umalis ka na. Okay na sa'king di na kaya. Hindi na ako aasa. Okay na, okay na, okay na. Pag sinabi mong mahal, mahal kita. Mahal kita. Mahal kita. Sinasabi kong mahal kita. Mahal.
So yon. I don't know if I should go to my favorite last song because I only have 20 minutes. So I'm gonna ask Indigo. Indigo, do I still have time to sing for you and then read you a poem? Okay, so every time I do a show, my favorite last song is a song I wrote during, oh my goodness, nobody really knows this. It is the saddest, one of the saddest days of my life. Kasi nung time na wasak ako, I was finishing the song Wasak, which I sang to you earlier. I was finishing Wasak and I couldn't write the bridge. Something just didn't feel right within me. So I said, okay, let's sit down on the piano and just try to write it. And then I banged on the keys and I wasn't trying to write Wasak. It was a different song altogether. And I came up with a song like this. I was really insecure kasi nung time na yon, iniwan ako eh. Iniwan ako para sa ibang tao. Iniwan ako kasi hindi na ako enough. Iniwan ako kasi, ewan ko. Ewan ko. Hindi ko rin alam. Pero I needed somebody to love me. I needed somebody to tell me that I'm enough. And dahil nga naiwan ako ng tao na akala kong mahal ako, hindi ko siya makuha. Alam mo yon, you wanted to be enough for somebody, you wanted to be loved, you wanted to be appreciated, but the person you're looking for and the person you need it from isn't there anymore. So I needed somebody to tell me the following words. You can find this on Spotify. I'll tell you all about it later. This is called Ganda Ka.
Nangarap ka na ba maging katulad ng iba? Nangarap ka na bang maging masaya? Umasa ka na ba? Umasa sa wala? Nangyari bang mukha ka ng tanga? Hindi mo kailangan pang mag-alinlangan. Isipin mo ganda ka. If you're home and listening to it, ganda ka. Say it to me. Say ganda ka. Say ganda ka. Ganda ka, diba? Ganda ka. Ganda ka. Ganda ka. Ganda ka, diba? Sabi pa nila, konti pang dagdag, bawas. Ano ba talagang mahalaga? Ano ba, sino ba ang mahalaga? Sino ba sila? Ikaw ang mahalaga. Piliin mo namang maging masaya. Walang patutunguhan, kundi sa kalungkutan. Kung hindi mo isiping ganda ka, hindi mo kailangan pa ang mag-alinlangan. Isipin mo ganda ka. Say ganda ka. Oh, ganda ka. Say ganda ka. Ganda ka, diba? Ganda ka. Ganda ka. Ganda ka. Ganda ka, diba?
You are the most beautiful person you can ever meet in your life. You have to know that. They can go, they can leave, you can be all alone, but you have to know that you are the most beautiful person ever.
Kailangan palang mag-alinlangan. Isipin mo ganda ka. Walang patutunguhan, kundi sa kalungkutan. Kung hindi mo isipin ganda ka.
Say it, say ganda ka. Oh, ganda ka. Hey, say ganda ka. Ganda ka, diba? One more time, say ganda ka. Oh, ganda ka. Ganda ka, ganda ka, diba? Yay! It's my favorite song. I love it. Okay, so now I promise that I will be reading a song that I haven't released yet. It was written in 2016. And when I wrote it, I was talking to my future husband. I was talking to someone who would love me, would take me, would appreciate me, would accept me, you know, all of my imperfections, all of my perfections. Cause like, hello, charot. So this song or this piece is called Wish. It's not coming out anytime soon, so this is the first time it will be heard. So let's start. Oh, when I look in the mirror, all I can see is blue. And oh, even when I try to see the sunlight, all I can see is blue. See, baby, whenever people ask me about love, you're everything that I could think of. 'Cause when I dream of love, I wish for you. I wish to have years of laughters with you. I wish to live a century of loving you. I wish to sit outside by our porch while we're watching the sunset fill the sky. 'Cause I don't want to live a life so blue if the color blue would mean life without you. You know, I can see myself growing old with you. I guess what I'm trying to say is that I love you. Because whenever people ask me about love, you're everything that I could think of. When I dream of love, I wish for you. And then I hope that maybe, just maybe, you feel the same way too. I wish to have years of laughters with you. I wish to live a century of loving you. I wish to sit outside by our porch while we're watching the sunset fill the sky. I wish to have years of love loving you. I wish to live every minute spent with you. I wish to hold you tight every night like it's always our wedding night. Because I don't want to live a life so blue if the color blue would mean life without you. What I know is that I promise to love you with all of my heart. I promise to love you with all of my heart. And I promise to take you for all that you are. I don't need mountains. I don't need wishing wells. I just need one kind star to grant me one wish to put me in your heart. Because I don't want to live a life so blue if the color blue would mean life without you. Gusto ko na magka-love life, best!
Masaya.
Huh?
It's fun. I recommend it.
It's like, okay.
I,
Kamusta ka, Indigo? How are you?
oh, you know, love.
I love it. You're loved. Kanina ka pa kasi nagtatanong kung kamusta lahat ng tao and I noticed that no one has asked you how you are. So bago mo ako kamustahin, kakamustahin muna kita at ang kurtina sa likod mo.
Ay, madam, that is not a curtain, that is a bedsheet.
Oh, okay. It's a bed sheet.
I'm good. I love my job. I love the show. I love the opportunity to connect with artists from everywhere with you. And you know, I love. Alam mo na yun, I love.
You love yourself. I can see that. You are glowing. You are so pretty. You know, I can only see you from like a 1-inch box, but I can see your skin is super glowing, and that usually means that you are having fun with whatever it is that you have in your house. Ooh, ooh. Okay, that's all.
I mean, yes, yes. That song though that you turned into a poem, like your box poetry. The whole time I was like, 'cause I know you saw me. I was vibing because I know most of your songs by heart already. Anyway, but like that last one, I'm like, that song hits different when you're actually in love. So I was like, oh my god.
That is true, right? I wrote it when I was not in love. I wrote it when I wanted to be in love. But really, I wrote it because I know that somewhere out there, my man is waiting for me.
Oh, honey, I'm sure. I'm so sure.
I'm
so sure. I think everybody has to go through a couple of, frowns before you get to the prince and all of that. So, how are you?
Me, I have been working. I mean, you can see my setup. I'm here lang, just working. I'm usually just in the room writing songs or recording songs. I actually have a couple of songs coming out this month. So, yeah.
Hola.
I want to say Rivki Gansberg is super pretty. I look forward.
Yes.
Thank you. I was actually going to ask you where I can find your music and your songs. Like, I just I was like, I gotta hear more.
Yeah. Okay. So you can find
Listen to the same ones you sang.
my pages have the same name. It's called Miss Ramon, MISSRAMONNE. And I have Tagalog songs, which is the local language of my country. And I will be putting out some English songs soon. So yay, which is this month. Soon means this month. So we're crossing that boundary. I'm super excited. Thank you so much for having me,
Thank you
Indigo
for
and We Poetry and Lacan. Thank you so much. I'm so sorry that I wasn't able to do this the last time we actually planned to do this.
Yeah, it's all right. But you know, it worked out because I think everything happens at the time when it's supposed to. You know?
I think I found you right here. Is this you?
Hey, I still have some stupid hair on. I'm prettier now. Sorry.
We look pretty in all our stages.
Yes,
We just are showing different sides of ourselves.
Yes, ma'am.
Miss Ramon, ganda ka by default.
Ganda ka by default. I love it.
Thank you for being on the show. I love you.
Maraming
We will have you back. And I will see you soon.
So bukas
Proper-
Charot.
Read Munch Plaza, Blueberry Cheesecake.
Thank you so much for having me. Sobrang thank you.
See you again? Yes?
Huh?
See you again here.
I'm sorry, ano yun?
See you again here. Babalik ka, di ba?
Oh, she said, see you again here.
See you again here. Okay, there you go. Because she's like, I was like, huh?
Oh, it was cutting in and out. It was cutting in and out.
It's like robots everywhere. But I'm just kidding. I'm super kidding.
Zoom, when it cuts in and out, has a very robotic effect.
Right?
True.
Like your face. You're so pretty. I'm looking
Thank
at
you so much for the compliment. I realized the first time you said it, I was like, did I say thank you for the compliment? Because I really appreciated it. Thank you.
I don't want to hoard your time, so I want to plug before I go because I know that I need to go. My name is Miss Ramon. I am a singer-songwriter. Usually I talk a lot, so I also have YouTube channels. That's MISSRAMONNE everywhere. That's Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, Spotify, Apple Music, everywhere. Everything you can think of, except sites you don't want to be on. You know, I'm probably not there. Hopefully. It's Miss Ramon, and that's it. I will see you guys next time, bearing new songs. That's it.
Okay.
Have a great night, everybody.
That was so beautiful.
It was, and that was Miss Ramon. And if you just tuned in, Miss Ramon, we're going to fly to New York now, but let me introduce her properly first. Our next artist is actually a returning one, and I'm so glad she's here because tonight we are talking about May being Mental Health Month, and when this poet performs, it's like you're walking into a healing circle by default. She has been writing since the 5th grade, and it was entirely by accident. She was encouraged by a teacher to write an assignment and didn't even realize that what she submitted was a poem. Poetry flowed before she ever had context to know what it was. Feelings formed into words without having a conscious understanding of it. Welcoming back to Me Poetry, our friend, Miss Rimky Spivak. Hey!
Thank you, Indigo. So good to see you. What? What'd you say?
Thank you for joining us again.
Oh my gosh, absolutely. Thank you for inviting me. It's an honor, both the first time and now. I feel blessed. It is like a wind going through your hair. I feel like it reminds me of like the forest. Like we're in the forest with the breeze and the trees right now. And the wind just passed through and just is floating your hair.
Oh.
Do you see that?
Yes.
Just a bit of imagination that I'm throwing in. What's that?
The force is strong with this one.
You said the forest is strong with you?
Mm-hmm.
That's awesome.
All right. Thank you, my friend.
All right. So I actually, I have a poem that I was going to do first. And then the last performer, Miss she just said her name, but I sometimes have a hard time. Miss Ramon, that we were just listening to. I just couldn't help it. It was just so beautiful and so inspiring hearing her. And I was like, I remember a poem I wrote so long ago. And it bubbled up that poem right to the surface. And so I immediately said, okay, this is the song that that I'm gonna sing. This is this is the poem that I'm gonna read, right? So that's the space she got me into. This is the song I'm gonna sing. She actually did make me feel like I'm gonna sing. I'm not just gonna read poetry. So we'll see. So the poem is called Singing Voice, short poem. And when I wrote it, and we're in 2020, this is about 8 years ago. I actually had sent it to a friend who ended up editing it. And I remember thinking, no, I wrote this. This is how it is. And so I actually put the edit underneath the poem, and I'm reading it unedited as I first wrote it. That's how it fell from my heart. So that's how I'm reading it. And I still maintain the integrity of the edited version because I value those edits as well. I just will read the one that came from me. Singing Voice. If mine was a singing voice with soul, my heart would cascade like water pouring into a bowl. Verse before I never knew, I'd sing to a crowd of just a few. Every inch of me a fighter would fall away, my soul all the lighter. I'd greet the seeker of blessed rain, welcoming joy, accepting pain. Love, a season that never passes, no single spirit lost in the masses. So thank you, Miss Ramon, because I don't even know if I would have remembered, since it's from so long ago, I don't know if I would have remembered it without your inspiration. So I really, really, really loved your performance, your singing, your soul. And so A Pause for Peace, I wrote this poem actually really recently, mid-April. So it's very, very recent, about a month ago. And this actually just felt, it was actually like, I think 2 a.m. And it was one of the nights I could not fall asleep that night, no matter what. And then these words, like the first sentence came, and I was like, that's a lot of W's. I was like, but you know what, let me just write it because I want to fall asleep, and it's kind of like if something's there, I just got to kind of write it. So I wrote the first sentence and then outflowed the rest of the poem. And then it's called A Pause for Peace. And right when I was finishing it, I was like, this is for all the medical staff. And because of the theme of mental health and the pause aspect, I was like, this is the perfect one to start off reading. So A Pause for Peace. With every way that my words weave walks a warrior, woven in war, wombed in wanderlust, woke in wanting of what is warm and welcoming. Reaching for soft delight that goes deeper than any upspringing of joy. Reaching for inner happiness that holds steady through any momentary excitement. Peace is only rare to those searching aimlessly for it. Unaware, it is simply a stepping back, a sitting down, a pause for peace. Implement CPR if necessary. C, catch yourself and check in with you. P, pause and prepare for you, self-care. R, rest and reset for full restoration. So I'm gonna read one more short one, and then I'm gonna go a little deep into a poem that I've read elsewhere before that I'm just feeling to share. So this one is a short one, also wrote recently, like maybe about 3 weeks ago. It's called Revering in Love. And I remember when writing it that the sense of how people talk about falling in love and the experience of love and what love can be. And when I wrote it, I was feeling strongly a sense of choice, a sense of that love is a very conscious, aware experience. And that's where, after I wrote it, the title Revering in Love felt like it. So revering in love is my chosen state. Falling in love being not quite what vibes with me. In cherishing love, I exalt it within any chosen state I experience. I step into, in cherishing love, I exalt it within any chosen state of experience I step into, and the souls I choose to intertwine with. Love, in and of itself, reveres its own expression, as Khalil Gibran teaches us. And think not you can direct the course of love, for love, if it finds you worthy, directs your course. Love has no other desire but to fulfill itself. I'm so happy to be here. Thank you. It's like so nurturing. I appreciate you bringing me here. So actually, before I go a little deeper into that other poem that I said, I'm going to read a poem that I also think really jives with this pause. It's a pause and not a stop. So first, I want to say that there's an expression by Rumi that I felt really, really spoke to this poem. So when I posted it with this. And this expression by Rumi is very beautiful. He says, "Be like the sun for grace and mercy. Be like the night to cover others' faults. Be like running water for generosity. Be like death for rage and anger. Be like the earth for modesty. Appear as you are. Be as you appear." This poem is called Not a Thing, Nada, Nil. I saw that post, Rumi. I know. Rumi and Khalil Gibran are my favorite. So yeah, they really are. Not a thing, nada, nil. When we fight, we make our bodies tight, coiled in motion, locked on devotion to the rage seething inside, our everyday lives put aside, the mind rocking to and fro with no place left to go, the body in ceaseless rotation, its expression in constant animation. It is quite hard to be kind in this overcharged state of mind, as it's truly difficult to step back and rewind in helping the heart slow down decipher, and find what it needs most to no longer feel blind to the ongoing pain constantly blooming and everlasting, leaving one's soul breathless and gasping, the hands forever reaching, desperate and grasping. Let the hands slow their pace, fall still, lean back into grace, let go of your will. There is nothing left for you to do, not a thing, nada, nil. So, hmm, hmm. You know what? Actually, I wasn't going to read this. I haven't ever read this yet at all. And I think every time I think to read this one, I don't know. I kind of step back from it to read it. So I'm actually going to read it this time. Because I think what I just said, it really applies. It's called Path of Least Resistance, right? And I just read Not a Thing, Not a Nail, right? Which is just letting go and leaning back. And so when I talk about like a little bit of resistance I felt to reading it in the past, and I'm saying Path of Least Resistance, and I just read Not a Thing, Not a Nail, I think it's time to just speak it. So for the path of least resistance, one must stay consistent in choosing a path that is bereft of wrath and rather filled with love, flown on wings of the peaceful dove. Watch out for those who insist and cannot seem to resist, letting you know and making a show of proving they are the smartest and most certainly the hardest to get one over on when all is said and done. These people are persistent and fiercely resistant to anything you have to say, since they have blinders in their way. These are the kind that don't mind saying to you what they think is true. And then this is what they say. Dear sweetie, don't be naive. Please know that is my pet peeve. Don't you already know? And if you don't, you are really slow in understanding you have no sway on what really matters, and you may not be good enough for when the going gets rough, since the way you are is strange and weird on my radar. So for your own good, my love, because I care for you so much, my sweet dove, let me be the one who shows you how it's done. Listen to me, hun. I care for you more than anyone else, honey bun. Let me give you a clue or two, since I'm the one who knows what is best for you. And then they proceed, intent upon their own good deed, with a slew of motherly advice, wrapping their mental hands around you with the choking noose of a tight vice. Want to know my reaction before rolling into action, heading right out the door, since I can't take it anymore? Here's what I typically see myself do. Listen and let them teach me a thing or two. Heck, sure, hear them out. Why not? I'm simply observing as they tie themselves in a knot, unintentionally telling me more about who they are at their core. As I pay attention to their words, I realize they're flapping around like misguided birds and hurting deeply inside. But due to their pride, they're unable to admit what really makes them tick. I do not dismiss what they are telling me, whether it be half a truth or nasty as can be, because there is always a life lesson to grow and learn, even as the pain of maturing from it does really hurt and burn. You see, their nastiness interwoven with sweet words of condescendingness maybe all that they have left. And without it, they feel entirely bereft. It is a sadness in them that runs so deep that faith in goodness is probably the only thing that will keep their souls safe and sound. If they would only let themselves be found in the kindness of love, allowing its healing to bring them back above to a place of revealed light where they may find their inner strength and might. Then, ever so softly, in a gentle, quiet way, it'll teach them to handle life, come what may. Hi.
Hi.
You okay? Hi, Becky. You okay, Indigo?
That was wonderful. I'm fine. I'm always fine. Anytime we have you on the show, my heart just fills with warmth, and suddenly there's healing and candles and chimes from out of nowhere. Really, every time we have you on, it is a beautiful experience, and I am thankful.
Thank you. It's a beautiful, nurturing, and happy experience for me too. And I'm so excited. My friend Carolyn recommended me
Yeah.
that you're doing this, and I'm so happy she did. And I'm so grateful that you invited me back, that I get to be part of your journey, continue part of all of this. Thank you.
Absolutely. How have you been with the pandemic? Since the last time we talked, how have you been holding up?
Yeah, it's been some tough weeks, you know, where things have gotten intense, and it's actually been a really gainful journey in growing and you know, really centering and becoming closer in that process, which it can do that, you know. Those times that can be intense can, you know, going through them and working your way through them can really develop that closeness when you make those choices that build that. And so I'm kind of steady with it. I'm kind of sticking with it and grateful. Not I'm kind of. That's not, that sounds non-committal. I am sticking with it, and I am grateful.
Thank you, Ricky. Anytime we have you on, it's a privilege.
Thank you, Indigo.
I have a nice rest of your morning, right? It's
You
still
as
morning?
well. But yeah, it's still morning. Got the whole day ahead of me.
Yeah, it's almost 11 p.m. for me, so.
I remember from last time.
Right? Well, I will see you again whenever you're back on the show.
God willing. Definitely.
Sending
Bye.
you all of my love. Bye.
Thank you.
Bye. That was the incredible Rivia. And up next we have actually up next we have a surprise performance from one of the yes, up next we have a surprise performance from one of the founders of the Poetry. Is she here? Hello.
Yes, I'm here. Hey guys.
Alright, the Poetry family, I'm gonna leave you with a surprise. Because now you guys get the hug.
Thank you so much, Indigo, and it's so great to because I've not been in Beat Poetry Saturdays for quite a while, and I've only just been seeing like the show from YouTube or from the back end of things. And thank you so much for all the viewers who had been with us from the very beginning, and it's been 9 episodes. 100 plus poets from like 18 countries. It's just absolutely overwhelming. And thank you so much. And the thing is, like, yes, I did ask the logistics people if I can perform tonight because I do love the theme, which is pause not stop. So just like quick one, semi quick one for everyone tonight. I'm gonna do an impromptu poetry on something on pause not play, something like that. So here goes. Sometimes you feel that you want to just stay there at the edge of your bed, trying to grasp the linen almost half folded, and your pillow is skewed right on the left, trying to wait for a time that you can sleep on it. And time doesn't want to say hello to you and say that you can just take your rest. You have these moments where you have your seconds tucked in between your fingers and you just want to say, can I just have, can I just close my eyes just for a while and just forget that I can pretend over and over again and smile at other people when I go out of this room, that I can lie over and over again on who I really am and what I really feel because it's never good to see the broken pieces of my own filaments scattered on the floor when I walk on it. The shards of my own self flowing like it was made out of fluid, incandescently ruining every single tear, retracting it back into my eyes like it's as if it was never meant to flow out of it. But what if? What if you can? What if you can tell people with a hug or a kiss or even a wave of a hand and a hello that I'm not okay? What if you can say to someone that you've just met that you can love someone who doesn't love you back? What if you can tell yourself a story that was never written for you and it's all right to read it like a lullaby every single night? What if it's okay for you to have one single candle, half split, and you still feel that it's noon in the middle of the night? What if you can own those shards on the floor, those little pieces, those little selves of yours, and say to those parts that you are whole, that these divisions, these cuts found on your body, they are not scars. They are your bannermen. They are your sages. They are the books written by you and you only, and you can read them right in the center of your bedroom without thinking that you are not less, you are more when you read these lines over and over again. That even the darkest of nights, you are loved. You are loved. You are you. And I love you. And I love you. And you hear this voice suddenly singing a song to you. Pagkat ikaw ay makalimutin, ngunit ako ay laging mahahanap mo rin. Ang liwanag sa bintana mo Paalala sa pag-ibig ko. Because love never leaves you. Love never leaves when windows are forever open in your eyes. Love never leaves you because it finds you over and over again. Love does not forget. So tell yourself that you can be in the middle of that room, even in darkest of twilights, and say to yourself, I love you too. Thank you. So yeah, this is one of the weirdest things. By the way, yes, I have to like agree with everyone else. And it feels so weird because I perform my poems on stage, and I'm so used to like people like, oh, that was good. You see the claps and just like, oh, okay, so it's just me and the screen. And I just wanted to share that poem because it's okay to admit to yourself that you're not okay, and it's okay for you to pause and not stop. So there. Wow. Okay. Whew. So um and I'm so excited because we have given so much light to everyone for the past few 2 months, for the past 2 months, and we've been telling this over and over again, maybe subtly: pause, not stop. We continue every single time, even if we're just, well, idle. So and speaking of being idle, I am so honored to actually introduce. I'm going to take just one spot from Indigo's job from tonight, because tonight I am honored to introduce our next artist. And it's funny because I met him last year in an open mic, and I do impromptu a lot, and he just went impromptu too, and he's 17 years old. And then he when I came up to him, he said, like, um he was giving me compliments and all that, and he said, like, thank you for for coming here and blah blah blah, and created an event. And the thing is, like, um he started writing again. It's about having that long pause, and then suddenly you begin again. And tonight, I would love to introduce from the Philippines a 17-year-old poet, and who hails from Bulacan, which is the province of our legendary poet Francisco Balagtas Baltazar, who is known by every single Filipino as probably like our Shakespeare, pretty much our version of Shakespeare in Philippines. And I'm so excited because he has so much bravery, and he has so much heart to give, and he is ready to press unpress that pause, and now pressing that play. Let us all welcome here live at We Poetry, Mond.
Hello po. Hello
Hi,
everyone.
kumusta?
Hello po tayo.
Kumusta, anak?
Okay naman po.
Nagulat ka ba na ako mag
Grabe nga po yung intro. Nakatawa po ng puso.
Mahal na mahal kita, anak, at
Mahal
alam
mahal
ko
din po
kung
tayo.
alam ko kung paano ang hugis ng iyong mga kangkag sa iyong mga pakpak. Kaya isang karangalan sa akin para manood at makasama ang isang bagong umaga.
Salamat po. Salamat po.
Sa'yo na yung tablado, anak.
Maraming salamat po, Tay.
Walang naman.
Ang unang piyesang inanda ko para sa gabi na to ay isa rin sa mga unang piyesang naisulat ko. Ang piyesang ito ay mag-iiwan ng mga katanungan. Ang kabataan ba ang may kasalanan? Kung bakit hindi na tayo karapat-dapat pang tawaging pag-asa nitong bayan? Noong ako ay elementarya pa lamang, nabanggit ng aking guro na sinabi daw ng ating pambansang bayaning Jose Rizal, ang kabataan, ang pag-asa nitong bayan. Ngunit sa pag-igkas ng madaming panahon, aking napagtanto na ang kabataan pala sa kasalukuyan ay kinakain na ng depresyon. Na ang kabataan pala natin ngayon ay labis na uhaw sa atensyon ng kanilang mga magulang ay kapos sa koneksyon. Ang paggabay sa kanila ay kulang sa aksyon, kulang sa pakiwari, kulang sa direksyon. Paano magiging daan ng ating mahal na bayan ang naliligaw na kabataan? Paano namin ililigtas ang paparating na henerasyon kung kinakain kami ng depresyon? Paano namin iaahon ang lumulobong populasyon kung di namin alam ang solusyon? Ang kabataan ay naliligaw dahil sa maling impormasyon. Ang kabataan ay naliligaw dahil sa araw at gabi na puro sermon ng kabataan ay naliligaw. Dahil sa laman na hatid ng telebisyon ng kabataan ay naliligaw. Dahil kulang sa gabay, marahil mali ang paggabay, kaya kami di makasabay sa dapat tinatakbo ng aming buhay. Masyado na ata kaming napababayaan. Tila meron kayong nakalilimutan. Nakalimutan ninyong ituro sa amin ng daan. Paano kami maglalakbay sa karagatan kung hindi nyo naituro sa amin kung paano gamitin ang saguan? Paano kami magiging pag-asa ng bayan kung hindi ninyo kami nagabayan? Paano pa ako magiging daan kung kinakain na ako ng kalungkutan? Hindi sana ako naligaw ng landas kung niyakap mo ako ng madalas. Madaming kabataan ang nawawala sa katinoan dahil isinisi na sa amin ang lahat. Maghapong sinermonan imbis na payuhan, mas piniling murahin kaysa mahalin, mas piniling sigawan na sana'y niyapos at hinagkan. Ang takot na dati panandalian, ngayon ay puot na dala kahit saan. Oo, kami ang pag-asa ng bayan, ng ating lipunan, maging ng buong sanlibutan. Pero kailangan namin ng magulang sa likuran na magpapaliwanag ng di namin nalalaman, magulang na magsasabi kung paano, kailan at saan. Kailangan ng kabataan ng gabay tungo sa tagumpay. Kailangan nating magising sa katotohanan. Matagal na nating hawak ang kalayaan. Hindi na natin kailangan pang makipaghimagsikan o makipagbarilan sa mga dayuhan. Ang tangi lang nating kailangan gawin ay magkaisa at magtulungan. Ang kabataan ng pag-asa nitong bayan. Ngunit kung hindi kami magagabayan ng simbahan, ng paaralan o ng aming mismong tahanan, sino pa ang magmamahal sa bayan? Sino pa ang susunod na tatayo para lumaban? Sino pa ang magiging pag-asa nitong bayan? So that's my first piece. It was entitled Kabataan ng Daan. Para sa pangalawa kong pyesa, naisulat ko siya kanina. At ang pamagat niya ay Ang Batang Minsang Pinangarap Maging Si Balagtas. Kaya sana magustuhan ninyo. Bakas pa sa aking mga labi ang katas ng gatas ng pangarapin kong maging kasing tatas ni Balagtas ang aking pagbigkas. Ang kaso, mahiyain, takot sa tao, palaging kabado kapag nakatapak sa entablado. Ang isip ay pawang negatibo, hindi makatitig sa mga mata, takot Natakot na mapuna, palaging nangangamba na baka hindi magustuhan ng madla ang tulang inihanda. Baka pumiyok, baka makalimot ng linya. Kaya ang mga akday hindi umaabot sa tenga at nananatili na lamang palagi sa pahina. Gabi noon, sinubukan kong harapin ang takot sa dilim. Sinubukan kong bumuo ng balsa gamit ang mga letra. Bumuo ako ng sagwan gamit ang pluma. Susubukan kong suungin ng isla ng mga salita. Nay, nais kong maging Makata. Nay, nais kong maging kagaya noong Ginoong may gintong dahon na korona. Nais kong maging Makata. Bata pa lamang, alam ko na kung anong gusto ko maging. Kaya't kahit pa natatakot, kahit pa nahihiya, kahit pa kinakabahan, at kahit pa walang kasiguraduhan, matapang kong sinuong ang dagat ng panitikan. Bitbit ang aking talatinigan para sa mga lalim na di maintindihan ng mura kong kaisipan. At sa oras na maintindihan, agad-agad sinisilid sa aking tapayan na nagsisilbing sisidlan ng bawat bagong karunungan, ang mga tula at kwento ng aking mga idolo ang nagsilbi kong maestro. Ang mga naiwang bakas sa landas ng kanilang tinastas ang nagsilbing gabay sa aking paglalakbay. Sumusulat at nagtatanghal ako mula sa kanilang anino. Lumilipas ang ilang mga taon. At eto, ako, nagsasagwan pa rin sa dagat ng panitikan at ako ay tila parang nasa pangpang pa lamang. Madami na akong nakasalubong na Makata. Ang ilan sa kanila, tinuring ko ng pamilya. Ngunit bilang isang Makata at manunula, kailan ba natin masasabing maaari na tayong tumigil? Kapag ba napapagod? Kapag ba nanghihina na ang mga tuhod? Kapag ba nanghihina na ang mga bisig? O kapag lubos-lubusan ng nasasaktan? Para sa akin, kahit ilang beses pang mapagod at kahit ilang beses pang masaktan ng damdamin sa mga bagay na naririnig, hindi ka dapat sumuko. Hindi ba ang sabi nila, kaakibat ng pag-ibig ang sakit, na kapag handa kang umibig, maghanda ka ding masaktan, maghanda kang masugatan, maghanda kang sumabak sa isang digmaan, dahil sa oras na iyong hawakan ng panulat at subukang sumulat, hindi mo na maaari pang ito'y bitawan. Ano man ang lalim ng sugat, marapat lamang na ituloy-tuloy ang pagsulat dahil sa mga sulat ng manunulat mamumulat ang isip ng bawat lahat ng Pilipinong umaawit sa ating watawat. Maaari kang magpahinga, ngunit hindi ka maaaring tumigil. Kaya sige, sumulat. Ikaw ang ilaw sa iyong mga sining. Sige, sulat. Kahit pa mas maraming tumatawa kaysa naniniwala. Sumulat ka. Sapagkat ang bayan ay nasa dilim at kailangan mo itong sunduin. Thank you po. And yun po yung aking pangalawang pyesa na pinamagatan kong ang batang minsang nangarap maging si Balagtas. Ang pangatlo ko naman pyesa, medyo huhugot po ako. Tungkol naman po sa pag-ibig. Wala pa po siyang pamagat. Kakasulat pa lang po, sariwang-sariwa. Sana po magustuhan ninyo. Matagal na nang lisanin niya ang aming palasyo. Naiwan niyang nakatarak ang palaso sa aking puso. Naiwan niya itong nagdurugo. Naiwan niyang bukas ang gripo ng luha sa aking mga mata. At ilang saglit pa, malapit nang magbaha. Naiwan niyang nakatiwangwang ang mga tasa sa aming kusina. Naiwan niya ang daing sa ibabaw ng sinaing na parehong niluluto sa mga nagbabagang uling. Walang naging handa sa kanyang paglisan. Ngunit handang-handa ang aking pintuan sa muli niyang pagbisita. Hindi ko alam kung bakit ang hilig-hilig natin maghintay ng muling pagbabalik. Ang hilig-hilig natin bisitahin ng mga gunita, ng mga dati nating pag-ibig. Ang hilig-hilig nating alalahanin ng mga bagay na tapos na. Pero minsan, kapag napapagod ka na, at alam mong wala ka na lang sa kanya, hindi naman sigurong masamang tumigil at magpahinga. Kasi minsan, kung gaano natin pinakikita sa kanila ang ating pagmamahal, doon pa nila tayo mas lalong iniiwan. Maraming salamat po.
Nak.
Ito po.
Wow. Semi-impromptu. Kakagawa lang. So for our English viewers, he just made those poems. The two last poems, he just made it like maybe a few hours ago, which was good. My God, and but I wonder, ba't ka nagsusulat?
Nagsusulat po kasi, yun nga po sa pangalawa kong pyesa. Gusto ko nga po maging kagaya ni Balagtas.
Bakit? Ano ba si Balagtas para sa'yo?
Si Balagtas po, para sa akin, isa sa mga dahilan kung bakit nananatiling buhay ang wika ng mga Pilipino.
At pinagpapatuloy mo?
Opo.
Ano ang mensahe mo sa mga Makata na nagsisimula pa lamang, katulad mo?
Mensahe ko para sa kanila. Sa pagsisimula sa pagpasok sa pagtula, maraming mga tatawa, maraming mga tatawa kasi nagmamalalim daw, masyado daw minamahal ang wika, nagpapaka-weirdo. Hindi yun totoo. Mas mabuti ng gugulin ng oras sa pagsulat at sa pamamasyal sa panitikan kaysa sumayaw sa Facebook, sa internet. Mas mabuti ng lakbayin ng panitikang Pilipino kasi pinaglaban to ng mga bayani para sa atin. Dapat mas gugulin natin yung oras natin para dito.
Actually, you don't know. Like, I was in a group chat while you were performing, and I was just like, imagery. I was like, oh my God, love. I mean, I'm a huge fan of imagery. So, like, if I can taste what you're tasting and seeing what you're seeing, smelling, and all that, feeling your poem, like as if I was really inside that poem. My goodness, I love that. And when you take us in a journey, I mean, isang paglalakbay ang sining.
Opo.
And thank you so much. Maraming salamat. At isang tanong na lang.
Opo.
Ano ang maaari naming makita sa mga susunod mo mga paglalakbay?
Siguro po yung mas matututunan ko na pong mas magkwento ng malinaw, mas malinaw na mga tula, mas bagong mga salita, mga bagong talinhaga, kasi yun po talaga yung inaaral ko. Yung pagbuo po ng kwento, kasi medyo nahihirapan nga po talaga ako bumuo ng kwento po sa mga tula.
Parang hindi naman, Nak.
Medyo nahihirapan po tayo.
Pero totoo naman. I think art, you never graduate. You never graduate from art. It's a continuous evolution of who you are as an artist, and your art evolves with you. It's a cycle. It does not stop unless, well, you put a period. And but it's always like we're always students of the art,
Opo.
always, always, and I hope that we'll have you back here at We Poetry.
Opo.
And well, it's actually for people who do not know, Mon is our newest and youngest member here at We Poetry. He
Yay.
has and I think we have some plans coming out very very soon. We're gonna roll out a few things in the coming weeks, and we're very very excited to have these things under you. So this is gonna be interesting. I mean, ikaw kabataan ng pag-asa ng bayan, kaya kailangan pagkatiwalaan na kaya niyong hawakan ang bukas dahil kayo ang bukas.
Opo.
Okay. Thank you so much,
Thank you po,
Raymond.
Tay.
Mon,
Thank you,
thank you.
everyone. Opo.
Yung social media mo pala, baka gusto mong i-advertise. Advertise your social media.
Sa Facebook po, ayan, Raymond Giner Escutin po. And sa Twitter po, Monde Escutin.
Monde Escutin. That's MONDE space ESCUTI.
And
All right. All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you po.
Mon. Thank you. And of course, I will be returning the baton to the dear lady of We Poetry, the illustrious.
I'll take it. Coming
Yes.
from you.
Take it. but first, I would love to thank our wonderful poetry partners who have been with us throughout this entire journey. Oh my goodness! Thank you so much to ZSL Philippines. It's one of the most hip hostels in the world. So if you're in the Philippines, in NCR, in Manila, check it out because it's really such an awesome place. Also, I'd like to thank Dream Wide Awake Coffee PH because they have really strong coffee. It can wage a war for you. So, wow, that's how strong it is. I'd like to thank, of course, Tambayan Gastro Bar, and they have like, when this COVID lockdown is over, you can catch it in Manila, and they have live shows every single day. And of course, I'd love to thank, there's one more. Two more actually. Help me, lady. Of We
I
Poetry.
think you're remembering our friends from Expat Choice Asia.
Oh my God! Yes. Why am I forgetting? Okay, sorry. I'm so sorry, guys. I'm gonna be like smacking the head a bit about that. But yeah, thank you so much, Expat Choice Asia from Singapore. They are, of course, Southeast Asia's leading lifestyle publication and options for expats in the region. And of course, our newest is Bookberry. Because I mean, their food is absolutely delectable. I mean,
coffee.
right? So thank you so much, and of course all the poets tonight. Thank you so much for sharing your art and
I
your
have more
bravery.
poems.
What?
There's more.
Oh, but wait, there's more. So the more will happen as I turn the baton to the lady, the illustrious lady of We Poetry. So welcome, Indigo Pie.
I have never been introduced like that for hosting before, but again, I will take it. This is what happens when your co-founder shows up and just blows everyone out of the water. Lahan, everybody. The incredible. So many adjectives that stick with incredible, talented, skilled, worldly. I'm trying to come up with a match for the illustrious, and I'm running from it. You know what? Let's just go back to the roster. The next artist we have actually from the Philippines, from Raymond, who was incredible, from Mon, who was incredible. We're flying to the UK now, and I've been really excited about this lady. She's a 27-year-old author and poet from a little town in the northwest of England, who decided she was going to be an author when she was 4 years old. She's a hopeless romantic and a pet mom to 2 cats and a dog, all named after comic book characters. She published her first collection of poetry, Sanity is a Matter of Opinion, in 2017, and continues to write towards a second collection. For performances. She's also working on her debut novel, a dark romance called Dying Light, intended for release late 2020 to early 2021, alongside several following novels. Everything from Beatrix Potter and Jane Austen to the Marvel Universe has inspired Beck to become the author and the person she is today. When she's not writing, she is most likely to be found taking long walks on the beach, spending quality time with her family, or rereading one of her favorite books. With poetry, I present to you, all the way from England, Miss Becky Elizabeth Anderson.
Hi.
Oh.
I am a little bit nervous. I'm going to try my best. So I'm Becky Elizabeth. This is my book, Sanity is a Matter of Opinion. I'm going to be reading out of this book today and also some new poems. So yeah, I'll get started. So the first poem is called Cloud 9. It's basically about falling in love whilst you've got mental health problems and other things going on in your head. So Cloud 9. Cloud 9. It's when I smile because you're mine and time stands still. And Cloud 8. When you're late, I can't wait to feel your arms around mine. And that's Cloud 7. I'm in heaven when you're near and nothing hurts because I'm safe when you're around. Cloud 6 is when we mix, when we're social and it's me that you want by your sides. Then Cloud 5, I feel alive now more than I ever have because you exist. Cloud 4, I want you more. I want to keep you forever, to know all the adventures we're going to have. Cloud 3, when you're with me, the world makes sense and none of my demons can ever catch me. Cloud 2, it's just you and everything you do that I can't ever repay, but I'll always try. Cloud 1, you are the sun that lights up my world. You're the one that I love. Thank you. So I've got a unfinished poem that just seems quite relevant to this. Pause, don't stop. Today the doctors let me down again. Inside my head I am screaming, but they hear whispers and they send me home with some prescription sympathy. Thank you. This is called Ode to 2014. I am not a shadow of the person I was. She is a shadow of me, an imposter, a ghost I hardly know, parading through my memories, a mirage shimmering on the horizon of my past. This thief of my name, my mind, my body. She didn't think we'd make it this far. She was wrong. This strength knows no bounds. I am limitless now. Thank you. Right, I'm going to read some new poetry. I've literally never performed some of these in front of an audience ever. So this one is called No Man's Land. I've never seen a battlefield, but I have been to war. You see, I don't own any camo, but I know what it feels like to be invisible, to be hidden in plain sight. I sent out a search party for my voice, for the little girl I lost to the years. All this time I've spent evading enemy fire. The enemy was me, and it wasn't. I don't always know the difference. Who is Becky? Where did she go? How did I get here? Tell me, who wins the battle when you are both the invader and the oppressed? If you opened your eyes, you'd see the picture as it is, how I am the refugee, the homeless inside my own skin. The radio is crackling, but all I hear is silence. I'm calling for a truce, screaming into no man's land. If you hear this, send help. This next one's called Nothing. They say nothing lasts forever, so let me be nothing. An empty void, antimatter. Let me be the place where things are lost and found. I'll be the space in between, the space through the cracks. Fall, and you will always have a soft place to land. Let the clock stop, let time stand still. Just don't ever leave me alone. This next one's called Home. They say home is where the heart is, and it is. But my heart sinks when it tries to swim. Home is where all of my demons come to nest. This place that has become my sanctuary is where they are most able to consume me, because home is where I let my guard down. It's where I set my bag, sit down, take the weight off my feet. But my feet are hurting from running on the spot. Home is where I peel myself out of all the layers of skin, all these masks that I wear, trying to be every iteration of Becky that the world is asking me to be, when all I've ever wanted is for me to be enough. Home is where I claw inches of barbed wire from where it clings to my flesh. It's what I wrap around my heart so that nobody can hurt me. But at home, I am not afraid. I am safe. I don't have to worry about what might happen if someone touches me. Don't have to protect myself from the careless words that climb the walls around my heart and launch an assault. Home is where I'm wanted, where I'm worthy. It's where you hold me and time stands still. Home is where Becky lives, where I'm nobody but myself, and that is okay. I am accepted. I am loved. Home is where my stupid, shattered heart comes to rest, where the thoughts that race 1,000 miles an hour can slow down to fall in sync with your heartbeats. Home has never been 4 walls and a roof. Home is somewhere between your arms, where my skeleton fits perfectly within yours, where I'm caged but never captive. It's where the soundtrack to my life is a compilation track of your heartbeat and our laughter, where our troubles cannot survive. It's where our love is an entity that roars like thunder, shatters the world beneath our feet until only we remain. Thank you. This one's called Sorry. I'm sorry that I'm me. No, I'll start over. Let's step back. Let's rewind. I'm not sorry that I exist. I'm not sorry for the space that my body takes up in this world. I'm sorry that I'm this me. I'm sorry that meeting me is like walking into a storm, pockets of blue sky, lost beneath the downpour, dark clouds, storm chaser. I'm sorry that when you're trying to escape it all, that I am the perfect vacation spot. The mountain air that takes your breath away, warm ocean waves lapping at your toes. I am the stars that keep you awake gazing into the night. But I am also a maxed out baggage allowance that I can't afford to pay for and that I cannot always carry by myself. I'm sorry that when I was born, it seems like the world tilted on its axes. So now when it comes to balance, everything is a little bit upside down, a time warp, tangled, that it rarely makes sense. I'm sorry that Becky, the real me, the one you fell in love with, is buried underneath, that you have to burrow down a rabbit hole into the wonderland that is my existence, that like the Phantom of the Opera, my illnesses are 100 masks that conceal me, and nobody seems to stick around long enough to see me take them off, to meet me. I'm sorry that I would walk anywhere in my bare feet just to be with you, but that I can't always make it out of bed. That some days I am a battleground of broken promises that I always mean to keep, but mostly I'm sorry that my mirror is broken, that the compass I use to set my course doesn't always point north, that I don't see myself through your eyes and all you believe that I am. What I'm trying to say is, I'm sorry that I'm sorry. If I wasn't me, you wouldn't love me. Thank you. Right, I've got one more. This poem is written about my happy place, and how it scares my demons away. There's a lighthouse on the beach in New Brighton. There's nothing particularly remarkable about it. You can't even go inside, though I often wonder what the view looks like from the top. I've never been inside, but I think it might be haunted by ghosts much darker than mine, because every time I go there, I can hear my demons screaming. I feel them grow heavy as they sink to the floor with their heads in their knees and cry. When I go to the ocean, I am deafened by their silence as they go to bed early without any dinner and leave me alone. I ask you to take me there on the dark days, the days the whispers are so loud that I long to escape the confines of my own flesh, the days I want to be anywhere except my head or anyone but myself. On those days, I long for the soothing cascade of the sea salt waves, the way the roar of them carries like whispers against a wind that makes me feel alive, the way the smell of them consumes my lungs and frees me of the cobwebs that have muddied my resolve. On those days, I let the velvet caress of 1,000 grains of sand pull my feet through the floor and feel my demons clawing to cling to my bones as they drown beneath the weight of my contentment. On those days, as I wade into the frigid waves, I feel them crash around my ankles. I feel them splashing against my whitewashed calves and make me shiver, but I have never felt so free. We call the dark days our coffee dates, because when I ask you for a Starbucks, what I really mean is I need to go to the ocean. What I mean when I ask to go for a walk along the beaches, I don't want to live inside the elephant graveyard of broken memories and deafening fears that my head has become. Please send my demons to bed. Let the ocean air freeze my ears until they glow red. Take me to my happy place, our happy place. There's a lighthouse on the beach at New Brighton. There's nothing particularly special about it, but to me, it's a beacon that brings me back to myself. Here, I reclaim all that I am. Thank you.
Ricky, that was wonderful.
Thank you.
That was also wonderful. Thank you for making the time to be here. I know the time difference can be a little tricky.
Yeah.
But I'm so glad. Thank you so much for joining us. All
Thank
of those
you.
poems, they blew me out of the water. It was amazing.
Thank you.
And I love that you've been writing for so long and you've compiled all of these wonderful things. Beautiful. I'm sorry, I keep using that word, but it's true. I'm so glad you came on. I actually quite enjoyed the newer ones, the ones you said that you had not performed yet. Those were nice. But no, also, I'll ask you now, is there a place where I can get a copy of your book because I need one?
What was that, sorry?
I need a copy of your book. Where can I get one?
You can order it on Amazon. I'll make sure you've got a link.
All right. Is there anywhere else people can go for your poetry that you're posting online?
I've got a Facebook page, Becky Elizabeth Poet, sorry. I've got an author page for my novels, and I've got my Instagram, which is at becky.elizabethwrites.
So how have you been throughout this whole, pandemic situation? What's it been like in England?
It's been a bit crazy. It's just so hard to get your head around. Like it doesn't quite feel real some days. I've been locked down since, personally, since the 15th of March. So the outside world feels a bit unreal.
How have you been able to cope? How have you been?
Yeah, it's good and bad days. I mean, some days I'm quite sort of overwhelmed by it, but I mean, I've been trying to put that into my writing and focus on like putting it into a positive space.
Thank you so much for joining us, Becky. I hope you join us again sometime because I'm sure everybody would love to hear more of your work.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a nice rest of your day. That was Miss Becky Elizabeth Anderson from England. Gosh, that was so nice. I love when towards this part of the show when everyone's just flowing and it's so nice. Take a little Zen moment, which is what we're all about here tonight. You're just tuning in. Hi, welcome to Read Poetry. May is Mental Health Awareness Month, so we're talking about poets non-stop. And so far we have had so many wonderful artists, both from the Philippines and abroad, and now we're moving to our next one. This gentleman I'm quite excited about. I'm really, really thrilled because he has a piece I quite like. Our next artist is from the UK. We're gonna fly to the US now, to America. Our next artist is a writer and wanderer currently based out of Omaha, Nebraska. After he studied neurobiology and astrophysics in college, his love for both science and poetry motivated him to combine the two at every opportunity. His work addresses issues of identity, love, and death, and stars, because they're cool. His goal through his performance is to touch minds and hearts around the world. He considers it a victory every time he's able to do so. In 2019, he served as a member of the Omaha Poetry Slam competition team, traveling to share his stories on stage at Rust Belt and the Bigfoot Regional Poetry Slam. His work has been featured on Button Poetry. It is my pleasure to introduce Mr. Ryan Boylan.
Hello?
Hi, Ryan.
Hi. Do I need to have my camera on or no?
Whenever you're comfortable with.
All right.
Oh.
Hi.
Nice
So how are you guys doing?
Good. This game is just yours.
All right. So the topic that you told me about this week, pause, not stop, just focusing on mental health and the magic of rest. That kind of got me thinking about just like what causes stress, what stops it. And then that kind of brought me to this idea of just like the things we do to cope with stress and how oftentimes we look to like people and places and things and objects and stuff like that. And so I kind of chose a few poems that I think reflected me and what causes me stress and also different things that I do to kind of, I guess, relieve that stress. And one of the biggest things for me is music. So we're gonna start with an ode to my broken headphones. And this was just about, at a certain point in my life, I just, like things were happening, a lot of negatives, and what I decided to do was start giving thanks for all the things that I had to complain about. And this is a poem that came out of that. Ode to my broken headphones. Blessed be the tape, black and unapologetic, yet always forgiving. Blessed be the black, the tape, the broken thing, the hands caring enough to press one midnight into another and pray it worthy of daylight. Blessed be the day. The stars shine the morning after I promised the previous would be my last. The cup full of something light and bubbly to plaster a smile sticky across this black of mine. Blessed be the sticking and unsticking and resticking. But one mistake deserves another. Failure is only so when there is nothing to be gained, and here there is always something to be gained, be it learning or unlearning. And is this familiar ritual not also a prayer? Hope against hope that what is broken can once again be mended, that this old tattered mess of a thing will one day sing again, no less beautiful, no less holy. Thank you. Um, Something else about me that I didn't mention is that currently I'm in med school, studying to probably either be a neurologist or a psychiatrist, we'll see. But something that I guess has been kind of weird is just like the hours and hours and hours that we have to spend in lab. And so it's kind of a stressful experience and also a very jarring experience. Because what we do is we operate or we dissect human cadavers, and so that's something that's really weird and very uncomfortable. And a lot of times with people, like after they leave the lab, they can kind of find solace in like their friends or their family or like the town they grew up in, and that's not something that I necessarily always felt that I could relate to. And part of that is because I actually moved around a lot growing up. And so a few months ago, I took kind of the time to write odes to every place I've lived. And so this is kind of just an ode to each town I've lived in, each state I've lived in, each country I've lived in. So Arkansas, 1998. Home is a swirling sea of memories, an untethered boat gleefully weathering the storm. I remember pine trees, plastic fish large enough to swallow me whole, orange and blue and red all at once. I stand in his mouth, and today I am Jonah. Colorado, 2004. Home is as fleeting as a flame. It was the dawn of the 7th month. We left under a field of roses burning in the night, the air thick and hazy with their smoke. Tears from a boy young enough to believe that this move would be his last, dancing down the window of our old Ford Expedition, a behemoth the color of a carnation. All this water, all this fire, here just long enough to be forgotten and then gone. Florida, 2007. 1. From the boy erased. Bold colors burn bright from creamy white walls. I've been scrubbing for hours and the orange is still orange, the red's still red, the black still framed by lines harsh enough to startle my brother when he wakes up at night. He lies, says he isn't bothered by the shapes on the walls. It's Batman. My mother smiled when she first painted it. It was his first superhero. Now he is too old for heroes or monsters or the belief that anything in this world thinks him important enough to either scare or save. Our mother comes in with a bucket of paint and a prayer. We give thanks and cover the path with wide, careless brushstrokes. The moving van is packed, the air thick with fumes. I squint and think it to be a trick of the light or a hallucination. Batman waves. I do not wave back. Boston, 2017. This is the first place I've lived long enough where no one will call the police if I spend all night in beds that are not my own. Laughter echoes off of red brick, the street, the sidewalk, the buildings, all ruddy and lively and wet with rain. A few weeks before, the snow was deep enough to lose a child in, and I'm certain I left a bit of myself stuck in a drift. Now, everything is underwater yet refuses to drown. I've lived here the longest and it feels the least like home. I spend my days in lecture halls and my nights wandering the streets. A friend names me the urban nomad after doing lines of coke off the counter in the bathroom of the Harvard Lampoon, then right after says she was just being facetious. And I pretend not to care about all of these new words I've learned. Like expire means to both breathe and to die. Example, a girl with a smile sweeter than a chilled slice of watermelon on an unforgiving August afternoon expired because the water in her lungs refused to let her expire. See, the difference is subtle, but once you notice it, it never leaves. It becomes the ghost rattling its chains at the foot of your bed every night, the clock ticking relentlessly in your head, desperate to be acknowledged, like the dead girl or the song that reminds you of her that you play every night because you're convinced it's the only thing that will help you not forget her voice, like everything you've ever left and the people and the places you'll never see again. The night is cold and dark and damp and none of it matters because tomorrow these streets will already have forgotten all of this water and the drowning girl and my footsteps aimlessly wandering, searching for any place that I might call home. I feel alone, not because of the things I left, but for what was taken from me here. I've lost friends and blood and the ability to close my eyes without begging for a return to all the places that have already hurt me. Pain is the only thing they bring, then take these memories away. Let them go. Let them die. Let me breathe. Again, thank you. A lot of maybe positive and negative emotions, I think associated with me personally when I think about the topic of like these ideas of rest and finding solace and I guess like respite. This is kind of in a similar and slightly different line. I recently have been kind of playing with this idea of things left unsaid. And so this is it's a poem that came out of that. And it's the newest poem I wrote. I wrote it when I should have been studying for an exam a few days ago. And I think I'm gonna do this one and then maybe one more if someone can tell me how much time I have left. I haven't been tracking, I apologize. But okay, cool. This one doesn't have a title. Steps as sweet as port wine, with hair a few shades away from an early summer sunset. Gentle heave of your chest as I pull you close. I've never danced before, but I've known this feeling of being drunk. Drowning in a sea of unregrettable mistakes and cheap vodka. In your apartment, my socks wind themselves in unfamiliar circles on your carpet. My eyes are everywhere except where they should be. The clock on the wall, the twin solo cups sitting on top of the piano, the bedroom door. You catch me glancing at my feet. Your wine-stained lips split into a smile, and then I know. Pain will be beautiful when it comes. Where a capo wrapped tightly around the neck makes a string sing sweet. I'll bleed a few on the page, paint with careless brush strokes images for crowds you'll never see. In 2 months, we plan to be on opposite coasts. God is gracious, but his humor can be cruel. Honey stolen under the wrong sun will turn bitter. When a bee stings, it knows it will die, but she recognizes some hurt is worse than others. And it is in this way that you go. Too soon, clenched fist and French kiss, a dance and a drink and nothing more. I'm headed west, but you're the only one leaving. So before I go, let's dance in this empty cargo bay on this soggy riverbank before the mosquitoes take more of me than I am willing to give. And your arms and mine, anywhere I can see the sunset hours after the moon is already at her happiest. Anywhere the earth is steady enough to hold us through one last time. Let my hands find your waist. Give thanks to whatever gracious God brought us together and dance again. Thank you. All right, last one. Last one. This is definitely this is actually I think the only piece that I'm reading today that is explicitly a performance piece. And I think I wrote it like 2 years ago. Basically, I wanted a love poem that I could use to like relate with people. And this is something that came out of that. Also, if people know who Rudy Francisco is, he has like this honest poem. And I was really interested in that idea of just like writing an honest poem and kind of like an open letter and like a address, kind of like a fourth wall break, if you're familiar with that. And so I played around with that idea a lot, and this is something that came out of it. So thank you all for having me. You guys are amazing. I tuned in a little bit earlier. The time zone's a little bit weird. So I think you guys started around like 6 or 7 a.m. local time. So I missed the beginning, but what I did hear and what I did see, I really appreciate it. So shout out to the organizers, shout out to like all the other poets and readers who are on here today. I appreciate your work. An open letter to my future wife. Hi, my name's Ryan. I like the stars and freshly cut grass and the feeling you get when you stick in your flash drive perfectly on the first try. I'm bad at love. When I say I'm bad at love, I mean when I met the first girl I ever told I love you, I was 13. She had eyes like storm clouds, twice as destructive and 3 times as beautiful, leaving a trail of boys' hearts wherever she went. When I told her I loved you, it sounded a little bit too much like loneliness mixed with abandonment issues. So I practiced it again and again and again in the hopes of one day getting it right until she left me for a boy who could skateboard and love her the way she wanted. But it's fine. I recovered. I found a girl who told me that she loved me, but when she did, the words came out awkward like a teenage boy slow dancing for the first time. I tried. Practice all the things a good boyfriend is supposed to do. I woke up early to see the sunrise because it reminded me of her smile. She taught me that my hands were perfectly molded to fit her waist, that our eyes were always linked to one another so that I could always find home, but she didn't feel like home. So I left. I wandered. I didn't know then, but I do now that I was only ever always looking for you. I went searching for a place where our song was the only one that played on the radio. The second girl I ever told I love you died before the words could crawl their way out of my throat. She taught me that regret hurts far more than rejection, and her ghost guided my hand as I wrote this poem. I followed the angels high-stepping through my dreams, hoping that they would lead me to holy ground, but instead I found a girl with church bells playing a song on her tongue and 2 eyes the color of honey. I told her I love you and the entire congregation said amen. She taught me that God was real and that she hated that I swore whenever she wore that little black dress, but I would do it anyway because the devil might have been working hard, but her body was working harder. The third girl I ever told I love you taught me that whenever she asked me to go dancing, I should dance. It's not about the fact that she can or that I can't. It's more about the fact that among the approximately 7 billion other pairs of feet on this earth, she would rather have hers stepped on by mine than by anyone else's. I told her I love you more times than our stars in the night sky. Every audience I broke myself open for learned her name, and yet in the end, we still moved to opposite sides of the country. Our bodies, 2 shooting stars racing into the distance faster than my voice could reach her. Honesty is the only language I have ever known. Every time I said I love you, I meant it in every way that I knew how. I spent most of my life as a boy trying to become a man worthy of love, and I failed more times than I can count in the hopes that one day I might meet you. All of it just to say these girls, these women, these temporary sutures meant to stitch my bleeding heart back together will only ever practice for the first time that my eyes meet yours and I say, hi. My name's Ryan. I like freshly baked cookies and Daniel Caesar and the feeling you get when one hand slides into another perfectly on the first try. I'm really bad at love. But on days like today, it's fine. Feels like for my entire life, I've just been rehearsing. For you. Thank you.
Okay, Ryan. Wow. I'm actually of course I've seen your work on book and poetry and all that. It's really different when you experience somebody performing at you. And I mean we're through a screen right now and you're in an entirely different continent, but how have you been with this whole pandemic situation?
It was kind of interesting at first. A lot of people were moving kind of slowly in terms of adjusting to like the idea of like person-to-person spread. But after like the first few weeks, you fell into a routine. Right now, we've been like restaurants, classes, like schools, stuff like that. They've been closed for about 2 months. And I think they just started reopening things. Whether or not that's a good idea is up for interpretation, but I think people are slowly trying to fight back to what their idea of normal is. So
Yeah. But you, how have you been? Like, mentally and
oh, okay. So it was hard at first. I think I'm not used to being always cooped up in my apartment. I like to go to coffee shops. I like go to the gym. But I think that after about 3 weeks, I kind of fell into my own routine, and that was something that's been able to sustain me throughout all of this.
Yeah.
So like consistently waking up at the same time, like working
Yeah.
out at the same time, doing classwork at the same time, going to sleep at the same time. Like that has been really helpful for me in keeping my sanity. Also, like Zoom. I didn't know Zoom was a thing before the entire world shut down, but it's been really helpful to keep me connected with people.
And now it's connecting you to the other side of the world.
Right. Shout out to the Philippines.
Well, I mean, obviously that means you have to come here now when it's safe to fly. Come on out here. We'd love to have you. Love to host you and whatnot. So out of all the poems you performed, which one is your favorite?
It depends. The one that dealt with dance, the one that's untitled, that because it's currently my favorite. Like it has my heart. Just because right now I'm still working on it, workshopping it, trying to get it to a place where I'm kind of proud of it.
I understand.
That last one, it's the most fun to perform, just because it generally gets the audience engaged.
You see this?
I
whole
appreciate the snaps.
The whole time I was like, yes. And you mentioned Rudy Francisco, and I was like, yes. Yes, that's exactly it. I feel like if I close my eyes and you start the opening lines with Scars with a New Boyfriend, I'd be like, is that Ryan or Rudy? But that's really, thank you for taking the time out of your day, right? Out of your day to be with us today. And I hope we have you again.
Hopefully.
Yes, and we also have I was talking about it earlier. I don't know when you came on because I know it's really early for you, but we actually have the off-air online just jam sessions. I'll send you a message later. But
okay.
It's on a different night. It's not airing anywhere. It's just people gathering to share art and whatnot. But thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
I'm so grateful because you are I think you're the second or third person from Button. We've had Jasmine Cardosi on here before. And I always love when we get like artists that are so full of life. Your intensity is a good intensity. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense.
You went in, but it wasn't like okay, I need more of this.
Well, thank you.
I'm sure there are other people who felt that way watching you. So would you like to tell the people, do you have a Facebook page, social media, YouTube, anything to promote?
So I have all of them actually. So Facebook, they're all my name, RyanBoyland. You can find me on Instagram, Ryan Boyland. You can find me on Instagram, just searching that. On YouTube, if you search Ryan Boyland Poetry, you can find my personal YouTube channel. I have a few videos on there. Most of them are love poems. You can find me on Button. You can find me on Facebook. I have an artist page, and I'm gonna be active on there in the next few coming weeks. There are two pages. One's my personal page. One's the actual artist page. Like the artist page. That's where you're gonna find my poetry stuff. If you send me a friend request, random people who might be listening and I don't know you, then I'm probably not going to accept it. I'm sorry. But yeah, just search my name and you should be able to find me.
Thank you, Ryan. Have a great rest of your day.
All right, thank you. You too.
Again very soon. I will message you later, actually, after the show about the art jam and whatnot. We'll figure something out.
All right, cool.
Appreciate you, man. Have a nice day. Bye. Well, that was Ryan Boylan from Nebraska. That is really fun. Fun. Can't imagine astrophysics and poet. I mean, it's not impossible. There's a local poet here in the Philippines. She's studying physics. She writes poetry and things like that. And smart people, man. Anyway, From Nebraska, we're going to fly back to the Philippines for our next artist. He is a sucker for music and poetry. Born and raised in Abu Dhabi, United Arab Emirates, he lives in a different culture and livelihood from what we do now. Although music has no language or boundaries, he feels connected with any musical taste. He's currently a student at USC taking BS entrepreneurship and dedicates his career to becoming a future lawyer. He is an independent, aspiring hip hop artist waiting for the right time to bounce back ever since a 2-year hiatus. With enough time off to self reflect and gain knowledge, he is slowly taking his steps back up. So, from the Philippines, Jade.
Hello guys. Hi. I hope you can hear me all. Is audio a little too weak so that I know if I can speak up a little bit or so yeah, thank you so much. We are poetry and thank you Indigo, thank you Lacan for this opportunity to feature different types of art forms from around the world. It is such a blessing for me to have this opportunity to perform, especially with the current theme, which is Pause Not Stop. I am also an advocate of mental health awareness, so it really means a lot to me to be able to just share my art as well to the world and to everyone that's watching right now. So I'm going to be performing a musical piece. So it's a song that I composed, that I produced and written as well, and it's also correlated to the theme that we have right now, which is Pause Not Stop. So just a little background about me. I did take a 2-year or 1 year, maybe edging to 2-year hiatus off of music. I took a break simply because I just felt like social media and what people view you as online is just getting a little too toxic, and it just feels a little negative if I'm being honest, and that is why I took that rest off of music. And now I was hoping to come back, but as we know, because of the COVID-19 pandemic, everyone's lives have been affected. So I just continue to pray, and I hope that everyone out there is safe, because I'm doing safe as well. So yeah, this song is called Lihim. It's a Filipino word that translates into secret. Um, this song is about how pretty much it's about how I took that long rest off of music. Back then, I wasn't even thinking about resting. I was thinking of stopping. I was really thinking of stopping from moving forward. I just didn't want to continue because I felt like I wasn't worth it enough to share my art. And as you know, and because of the past few years, 1 to 2 years, it just helped me grow as a person. It just helped me mature, and that's why I wanted to perform the song, because this was the song for me that indicates that I did not stop. I just paused and I came back. So thank you for allowing me to share my art to you guys all. And so yeah, I'm gonna perform it right now. Thank you. I'll just go ahead and play the music. Yo, check it. Yeah. Baka na nga, ikaw ang hinahanap at nakabuo ng aking mundo ng pag-ibig sa'yo. Oras ay humintot na wala at inangap ka. Napunod na iba siya sa pilitan, si hirap pala. Nakipaga, masahang kibanta ka. Nakita sa kisat mata kung pinagtanaan. Mamatay sa lupa, bakit hindi na natin ang pagpala? Tayo magsisindalo sa pag-ibig, maski di masukat ng lalim. Kung sana inamin ang nararamdaman natin ang bulong sa hangin. Kasi hindi nang ihalawang, ibis na lumaya, lalong patuloy ang pagdahil. Ang kapilaran hindi maaari lang nakapisip muli dahil mahuli
Uwi na lang sa lihim ang bawat sasabihin nang hindi na makapiling sa iyong mga kamay. Unahan na ng takot, katotohanan na napako, ang oras na naglaho sa aking mga kamay. Ako'y napabilang sa mga dilang nakadagat sa tindigan na malaki yung kasyunan sa binalot na ng katahimikan mo. Sa aking isipan ba, pigilan na matatanong na parang mapalak noon, mapalad sa iyong mga napanahon ay wala nang lumontra. Makulay na storya, imaginasyong alam na masobra, hindi na abot ang alaalam, di ba kopya, kahit hindi piling, kitang-kita pa rin ang iyong sining sa aking bitchigil. May mga bagay na mas mabuting hindi na sabihin, pero ba't ako nagsisisi? Ang kapalaran na hindi maaarilan, papisip muli dahil uwi na lang sa lihim ang bawat sasabihin nang hindi na makapiling sa iyong mga kamay. Unahan na ng takot, katotohanan na napako, ang oras na naglaho sa aking mga kamay. Ang kapalaran na hindi maaarilan, napapisip muli dahil mapuwilang sa lihim ang bawat sasabihin nang hindi na makapiling sa iyong mga kamay. Ng takot, katotohanan na napako, ang oras na naglaho sa aking mga kamay. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Sa aking mga kamay. And yeah, so that was my song Lihin. It's an OPM song. When I was invited here, I wanted to actually perform. I was really hesitant. I was thinking if I should recite a poem or if I should just sing a different song or sing an English song. But because I was given this platform, I thought it would be best if we shared our art, so which is OPM. So that's why OPM song to you. Again, the song is titled Lihin. If you translate it, it directly translates to secret. It's because back when I first started doing music, there were many opportunities given to me, but I had so much self-doubt that I declined those opportunities and I stopped. And now I'm somewhat living a life of regret that I didn't grab the opportunity that was given to me back then. And now everything that I wished I could have said or wished I would have done now remains secret. Hence the title. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Great. Hey, man.
Hey.
That
Hello,
was
Indigo.
Hi.
Thank you for the invite. And actually, I just want to say as well that there are so many great artists out there, poets or writers. Yeah, I just felt like I was like I'm not like in the same discussion as them because they're just really amazing, and I just wished I could hear more from them because yeah, it was just so inspiring to hear their pieces as well as yours. So yeah,
Oh wow. Thank you.
yeah.
Yeah. I mean it's really that's really what it's all about, paving ways, opening doors, sharing art and opening ourselves and
Mhm.
letting the art speak for itself also.
Yeah, exactly.
I love your song. Is it out anywhere?
Um, I was I wanted to release it on streaming platforms like Spotify, Apple Music, but again my self doubt kicked in. I decided not to upload it onto streaming platforms. Maybe only on like it's only on YouTube, but I didn't upload it to like Spotify because I feel like it's not as good enough. It's not a good enough song compared to what I'm currently working on.
Mm,
So yeah,
yeah.
this song was just like um, was more of like a statement song to just show my friends, show some people that I'm now back and I've now grown. I have a different mindset now, and
Yeah.
there's a growth and progression.
Yeah. It's all about perspective, and you know your art better than anyone. So that's
Yeah, yeah.
so. Since we're talking about mental health, how have you been during this lockdown? How have you been coping?
Yeah. Actually, during this lockdown, yeah, it's actually pretty scary to think of it. Because when I was just hearing it on the news, like February, I thought it was just like not something that's like super serious. But then um, until I heard my friends from abroad and my friends from here as well, and their parents, I've heard that they were testing positive for
Oh wow.
COVID-19, and yeah, so it just really hit me that oh this is really real. So this is something that we should really take serious and that we should always strive to help each other right now. So I really give my best foot forward. I salute to all the frontliners out there. They're doing an amazing job. And there are people as well who are more outgoing. So in terms of mental health, uh, going out helps them like escape their thoughts. But since we're in lockdown, we all have to keep safe. We all have to self isolate. So yeah, I also send my prayers to them as well because it's not easy. Same for me. It's getting really heavy because hearing the news about some about people that don't have enough food to supply for their families. So yeah, it's definitely bothering. So I hope everyone's doing well.
You have a really big heart, kid. So, can you tell everyone where they can find you, social media? Are you back on social media yet, or?
All right. So yeah, you guys can just give me a follow on my Instagram or on my Twitter, which is Jade Baltasar. That's JADEBALTASAR. And I have a YouTube channel as well. It's called Official Jade. So there you can catch my old music from when I first started, and then you can see the growth progression from the music that I released now. Yeah.
Thank you for being on the show, Jane. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you so much for
Good
having me.
morning.
Thank you for this event. It was such a beautiful moment, and I'm glad to be a part of it. I hope you guys keep on doing this because it's really
Yeah,
inspiring and it's
thank you.
just amazing to see people share their art in general.
I agree. Good morning.
Yeah, thank you. So good morning or good night or good evening to wherever you are in the world. Yeah,
Yep.
so that's been me, and I hope you're all doing well.
All right. Bye.
Thank
So
you.
from the Philippines, that was Jade. You can find him on social media at Jade Baltazar. I have a thing for new beginnings and when people are resuming after a pause. All right. From the Philippines, we are going to fly all the way to the United States. This artist I've also been looking forward to a whole lot. She is adorable. Oh my god. And she writes about mental health in a way that really speaks to me personally, and I'm sure it will really speak to a lot of you out there also. She's a poet, author, and visual artist from the Washington, D.C. area, and she uses her creativity as an outlet and a means to find healing and catharsis. She hopes that in sharing her journey through her work, she may offer the same to her viewers. She's currently working on two books, Where the Light Shines Through, a memoir in poetry, and Feeling Out, a poetic art narrative, which is a collaboration with the incredibly talented Carolyn Fado. My poetry family, tonight, I introduce to you Miss Kelly India.
Hi.
Hi.
Hi, Indigo. How are you?
Good. Nice to see you again, Mel.
Good to see you too. Thank you so much for having me on.
Thanks for being here. Good morning.
Good morning. Good evening. It's
right.
wonderful. This is a beautiful outlet for so many artists to come together. It's been such a beautiful experience traveling the world. As someone who experiences a lot of wanderlust, being locked at home is not great for me. And so this has just been beautiful, hearing everyone's native languages and all of the beautiful emotions that come through. So thank you for sharing your beautiful gifts and talents. As Indigo said, I have a memoir that I'm working on, and that's where I've selected these poems from. It actually deals a lot with mental health, so this topic really resonated with me. I didn't have the greatest upbringing, and so I deal with anxiety and I deal with depression outside of the current situation. And so a lot of these poems were written about that. But in light of what's going on, they have taken on new meaning for me, and I hope that they will resonate with you as well. So I have a selection here of some of those poems from my upcoming book. This first one is called White Picket Fences. White picket fences, masks and defenses, only knowing what you see, yet turmoil grows within me deeply. Can you see me? Grass always greener on the other side, no place to run, no place to hide beyond the barren family tree, hollow and withered, losing leaves. How I long for a reprieve, how I wish I could retrieve the comforts of a certainty. Was that ever my reality? Was that girl even me? Home is meant to bring me peace. What a tangled web we weave. White picket fences, masks and defenses. Feels like I'm on stage. The role that I must play becomes my own cage, wishing I could turn the page. This wasn't supposed to be this way. Why do I stay? What can I say? White picket fences can't keep me safe. The second poem is called Hands Tied. The sun may rise and set inside, but from your pain, you're meant to hide. Your hands are tied. They lied, they lied. Your hands are tied. They lied. And soft as summer rain, she cried, nowhere to turn, no one beside. Her hands are tied. They lied, they lied. Your hands are tied. They lied. When she went to wipe her eyes, her hands were free, to her surprise. Never were there any ties besides their lies, besides their lies. Never were there any ties besides their lies. As freedom fills the changing tides by their rules, she won't abide. And now they run from her and hide. From her, they run and hide. And these next two poems I have written about my wife helping me through those hard, darker times. She's been my rock through so much of this that I feel very lucky to have her with me during this time. So these next two poems I want to dedicate to her. The first is called Pull Me from the Trenches. It'd be easy for me to just fall apart, but your hands protect my porcelain heart. It's a little chipped and the cracks, they start to form, but your soft embrace holds me in place, though it cannot stop the swarm of fleeting traces of joy-filled faces I scarce remember anymore. But I feel safer knowing that you're near, and I know your love can conquer fear. Happily ever after, and the laughter through the tears. This peace is hard to master even after all these years. Haunted by a past stained on my memory, so hard to admit, but that ghost resembles me. But every time I reach for her, she fades into a phantom blur. Why would she choose to be lonely? Maybe she only hurts to feel alive, not to live, but to survive. My existence would depend on learning how to start again, my beginning from her end. Maybe I could just pretend that it's simple to start anew. So for now, we turn to you to hold on to the broken parts still beating in my telltale heart. And from the wreckage, we can start to mend. With you by my side, maybe I can reside and try not to hide in entropy. In the deepest part of the deepest sea, I know that you are here with me, my dear friend. Hold your arms open and don't let me go. Please, don't leave me alone. Only you can bring me home. Only you can be my home. There's no place like home. This next poem is called Safe Haven. I need you, my rock, my anchor in the storm. As my thoughts swarm like winds through my mind, I try to block them, but the gusts are too strong. Not sure how much longer I can keep myself together. So let's keep me together. I need to be we. Wrapped in your arms, safe from harm, safe from alarming visions, the images that haunt, the emotions that taunt, cutting incisions in which to hide. But your light can be my guide. You're my hope. You're my home. You're my reminder to be open to love, my reminder I'm not alone. I can rise above and find myself within your love. This next poem is about empowerment. It's called This Is Who I Am. This is who I am. I'm a little broken. I'm a little flawed. I'm far from perfect. I'm a little frozen, my heart a little thawed. This is who I am. I have bruises and I have scars. I felt useless and I've come so far. I've learned that regret is just another form of harm. This is who I am. I'm a little less insane, but then they say that's true of those who won't be tame. I've taken on the blame for uncommitted crimes. I've been blind. I have seen visions no one should have to see. This is who I am. I am strong. I am free. I belong to nobody. I am worthy. I am enough. I am fragile. I am tough. I am all I feel. I am all I think. I am always real. I am my instinct. I am my intuition. I am the fruition of my dreams. I am more than I may seem. This is who I am. I'm who I want to be. And the last poem that I will read is something that I'm hoping will resonate with everyone right now, that this time, as hard as it is and as dark as things seem, there is always another side, and we are going to get through this. And this is a beautiful example of how we can hold each other up, even across continents. We can hold each other up when we just reach out to our family of humankind. So this is dedicated to all of you and all of your loved ones with all of my heart and all of my love. It's called Light Emotions. Every cloud has a silver lining because behind it, the sun's still shining. They tell me I'll be fine. The storm will pass. Storms come and go. Just give it time. But sunlight lasts. Even the dark of night is ephemeral. As the earth turns, the sun still burns. Just learn to wait the darkness out. And though the storms will take their toll, you'll make it through. So watch the clouds pass by. Watch the shapes dance in the sky. When looking through your child eyes, you can see the truth. Things forgotten in your youth, that things aren't always what they seem. Within each cloud lies a dream, and behind them the sky's still blue. Despite the shadow, you're still you. And as you watch, the sun peers through, gleaming with its golden hue. Just give it time. Silver or gold, the light is you. Behold, the sunlight shines anew. Thank you so much.
Kelly, my heart.
Oh, you're so sweet. Thank you.
No, that was. It is 12:27 a.m. and I feel like I am sitting under sunlight.
Oh, that's so sweet. I'm really glad that that resonated.
Your presence alone. You're,
Oh,
you're vibrant and you are so ready to give love, and it's felt all the way here, my friend.
thank you, Indigo. I feel the same about you.
Wow. Thank you. So how have you guys been holding up?
It's
Is it locked down in your area?
It is in our area. DC has a lot of harbors near it, so it got struck pretty hard. Like I said, I struggle with anxiety and depression. I have PTSD. I really appreciate having this topic brought up because ending the stigma around those things is so important. And so, on that note, anyone who needs to reach out and seek help for whatever they're going through during this time, there's no shame in that. I know for me personally, I've leaned heavily on my craft, I've leaned heavily on my friends and my family of choice. It's been difficult, and I mentioned at the beginning there that I love to travel, and so being stuck literally in a apartment is not my idea of how I want to spend my time. But I also know that I'm very fortunate and I'm very lucky to be somewhere where I have my wife by my side and our two beautiful kittens who keep us company. And so I have a lot of blessings to be grateful for. But at the same time, this takes its toll, and my heart breaks every time that I hear anything in the news or anything that I read a story that just details what people are going through. And I'm so incredibly grateful to everyone who is on the front line, who is risking their safety for others. Honestly, my heart goes out to anyone whose family members are affected by this or who happens to be affected by this themselves, and anyone whose family or friends are working in jobs where they're putting themselves out there, whether you're in first response, whether you're in the medical field. I honestly am just so grateful to everyone, and everyone in the arts who is putting forth their emotions into beautiful creation. I am also so grateful for.
See, I told you, sunlight. Just sunlight out the window. Man, it's 12:30 and it's the sun. All right.
You're so sweet.
You have cats?
I do. I have two cats, Saren and Kyan. They are in the other part of our apartment right now because otherwise they would be like here and here and in the camera.
For the record, the next time you're on the show, none of us would mind.
Well, we can open the door and I think one of them would come up here right away. Saren, kitty.
Oh my god.
Come make a present. Come on, Mama's working. Come here. Come say hi. Come say hi. Oh, hello, buddy.
Daddy.
Hi.
I'm sorry. Hi.
Hi,
baby. Hi.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Okay, I will go back to mute now.
No, it's totally fine.
Thanks. Hi. That was you heard him earlier. That was Lahan, one of the other founders. We're cat people around here. We are.
Oh, and this is our other baby, Kyan. He's also gonna make a little appearance. He's a little bit fussier.
Look at that. Oh, hi. Oh, no,
Putting the
the
pause
catalog.
not stop.
It's just the pause. Okay, okay. I will. Okay, I'll mute now.
Oh my god. I'm a professional. Thank you. Oh my god, this is so cute. Look at that butt. Sorry.
No, it's totally fine.
I'm a professional. It's a cat.
They bring me so much joy every day. So I'm glad that they were able to come give some joy too.
We're cat people around here. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you for being on the show. What are you doing for the rest of your day?
Honestly, I will probably take a nap because I ended up pulling an all-nighter to be able to see people performing this morning. And then my friend Carolyn and I, she is doing probably another live show on Sunday.
I'm gonna try to again with my romantic poems.
Yeah, please, definitely. I think that they are usually going to be Sundays from 7 until 8-ish.
Yeah.
And that's Eastern Standard Time. So anyone who wants to is welcome to stop by. And that would be on Instagram at CMLovePoet. My personal Instagram handle is at Kelly in Vier. I could not have made it any easier for you guys. So give me a follow.
Follow Kelly on Instagram, use her travels. Like she's got to Ireland, she's got to so adorable.
Well, I've actually never been to Ireland. My family is Irish, but I've never actually been.
Patrick's Day.
St. Patrick's Day was at home. We just made I cook a lot for mental health. So I make a lot of vegetarian Irish food, which is an oxymoron there. It does not exist, but I make it exist.
Thank you so much for being on. Thank you.
Oh, thank you for having me on. It's been wonderful.
This is the perfect way to have off the evening. Cats.
I'm so glad that I could help.
I will message you in a minute actually.
That sounds great.
All
right.
I'm sending you so much love. The both of you.
I am sending love too.
Have a nice day.
Thank you, you too, Indigo.
And that was Miss Kelly India. And with that, at 12:35 a.m. in Manila, that is Pause Not Stop. I need you guys to remember that it is okay to take a break. It is okay to rest. That while so many people are getting so many things done during this pandemic, if all you did today was get up, I promise you, I am proud of you. So many of us are. Because the circumstances are not normal. And anxiety is real, everything. Everything's real. All feelings are valid. But we will all get through this together, slowly. With that, be brave, stay safe, wash your hands, stay at home if you can. If you cannot, please be safe. Thanks for watching. Subscribe to our channel. See you next week.
This is We Poetry.